Good morning, everybody. Great seeing all the faces again. The
Morning, Harry.
time. Good morning. Good morning. Great seeing everybody again. Thank you for joining in. We really appreciate it. We are busy admitting more people to the event. Many people are still coming in. So while we're doing that and giving people opportunity to come in, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Those of you, well, nowadays everybody is sort of accustomed to Zoom and the online events, but those of you who might not be comfortable yet, you'll see in the Zoom screen, you'll find at the bottom of your screen, you'll see there's a participants box. So you can click on participants, and then using the participants box, you can then see who else, you know, on the event. You can mouse over your own name. You can rename yourself should your device name is displaying or not your own name. If you want to, you can change your name to your first name and your company name or something like that. It's always great to see who's online. Then you'll see there's a chat room. I see there's already people greeting in the chat room, which is great. Now we usually have very interesting discussions in the chat room. Should you click there, you can send a message to everybody. You can ask questions there. And when we do the questions and answers or the panel discussion sessions, then we have a look in the chat rooms where we can see, you know, who's asked questions and we can address the questions. We tend not to allow questions during the presentation so that we can focus on the panelists being busy presenting, but you're welcome to put in the chat room. Also, we use the participants box during those sessions that you can raise your hand. Should you go to the participants box during the panel discussion, you can raise your hand, you know, and then I will recognize you if you want to, you know, unmute yourself and ask a question. So that usually works great. Top right of your screen, there's different views. You can use speaker view or gallery view. It's up to you. Yeah, in case of emergency, should something happens, you know, and on my side as well, we've got unexpected things happening in load shedding or all sorts of things. We have lots of backup power and backup bandwidth here on my side, obviously hosting, but should something happen and you've been thrown off, or then just have a look in your inbox. We will send you a new link, you know, to join the session again, should something happen. Should I disappear, bear with me a few seconds and then I will be back online again. Not a problem. After the event, we will email you a feedback form electronically that you can kindly give us some feedback on this event. So this is great. And then, yeah, then the presentations you'll see here today, those that's been made available for the public domain, we will upload to the Transport Forum's website so that you can download them complimentary after the event. So let's put up our program for the day. So we're talking public transport and the fourth industrial revolution. It's the 18th of March, 2021. Very interesting topic. I think we can carry on talking about this topic for quite a while. But today we've got excellent panel once again. We've got Michael Hart from Cuba. He's going to talk about revenue management and fourth industrial revolution. We've got Tommy Sneeman from Huawei, different modes of transport and experience on technology implementation. We've got Udi Pomerantz. He's actually going to present all the way from Israel. Excellent organization, use of artificial intelligence in planning and optimization of public transport. And we've got Lizette Hollander from UJ is going to talk about digital transformation of continuing education programs in the UJ Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. Actually, in the feedback we received in the past, you know, these are the topics that you guys have said you would like to be seen addressed at the Transport Forum. So we're honoring your requests and we're bringing you the topics that you requested. So we'll take a short break, grab a cup of coffee after the panel discussion, and then we'll have Greg Jones strategic solution architect from 4IR Smart. It sounds like me talking Afrikaans, but in any event, cute company name. I know Greg for many years, excellent solutions architect, and he's going to give us a little bit the bigger picture, what we also, lessons learned from the agricultural industries can be very interesting. We've got Sebastian and Johnny from Where Is My Transport is going to talk about efficient data production and in emerging markets and the value for transport and logistics. And then Prof. Rose Luke and Dr. Joash Mageto, they're going to talk about transport for Johannesburg, formalizing the taxi industry through mobility as a service. So it's a very interesting event today, and we're very, looking forward to this. And thank you very much to all our panelists in advance for making this possible. And making it possible, obviously everything is complementary in terms of content and attending this event. So there are sponsors that make this possible for us. And let's give our sponsors quick recognition for their contributions. Now, we're proud as the Transport Forum to have formal industry alliance. The end of last year they started, and it's a great thing that's happened, that the professional bodies in the industry are signing up to formally be part of the Transport Forum, and there might be more coming in, and we're very, very blessed in having this. So quickly, the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, they joined this year. So with an estimated of 900 agents operating in the country, it's recognized that the industry voice is imperative. SAF liaises closely with many government departments and parastatal institutions, dealing with matters such as customs, port health, trade permits, border controls, export control, and perishable products, cargo handling and security at harbor terminals and airports, plant quality, and road freight legislation. Great having SAF as part of the Transport Forum. We've got SAIPA, South African Express Parcel Associations, often known as Express Logistics. Now, SAIPA, they also joined this year, obviously. Just getting my notes ready here. So SAIPA comprises over 110 member companies engaged in the express freight and courier industry. The large multinational operators are members as well as South African companies. So the association is representative of service providers throughout the express supply chain, which is great. As our next event on the 1st of April will be hosted by SAIPA. So great having SAIPA on board. So African Bus Operators Association, SABOA. The interest of the public transport industry at government level is, as well as among its stakeholders, are represented by the South African Bus Operators Association. SABOA was formed in 1980 by 5 leading bus companies at the time. Since then, SABOA has gone through a 4-phase transformation that has resulted in its representation today of about 70% of the public transport bus and coach fleet. The vast majority, 96% of its 950 members, are small operators, people operating between 1 and 30 buses and coaches. Only 38 of its members are large operators with fleets of more than 30 buses and coaches. Very interesting information. Then we've got ARIA, African Rail Industry Association. ARIA, previously known as the Railroad Association, is an industry body that represents original equipment manufacturers, rail operators, and rail component manufacturers. Our representation includes rail and associated industries, including mining, agriculture, automotive, as well as the broader transport and logistics sector. So great having them on board. Just take note, and you can block it in your diary, the 31st of March. They're going to have a great event about the future of rail, and including, Mr. Pravin Gordhan and the Minister of Transport. Both of them are going to do presentations at this event, and it's also be hosted by the Transport Forum. So that's the 31st of March. And then CILSA, Chartered Institute for Logistics and Transport. So they create the right programs and set the right goals. They say we are seen as the leading professional body globally by those both within and outside the profession. They are passionate about their education and membership services. They strive to strengthen and improve them. They share best practice and learnings throughout our global family and encourage participation and advancements at all levels. So that is SILSA. Still some people are coming into our event. So we're proudly having media houses supporting the Transport Forum for many years, Freight News and Railways Africa. I don't know if somebody from Freight News, Samantha, I think Samantha, do you want to say a few words about Freight News? You're welcome to unmute yourself. Anybody from Freight News want to say a few words about Freight News? Always leaving me to do the work. So Freight News features are authoritative and insightful and are produced weekly, covering trade, transport, logistics, and related issues. Features are produced and distributed online in a PDF format the week they are released. At month-end features are added. At month-end features are added to a printed compendium and distributed to importers, exporters, and their service providers. The distribution is similar to the previous distribution of Freight and Trading Weekly. And we've got Railways Africa magazine. It's about railways and rail infrastructure. It's the African continent specialist trade, technical business-to-business publication and online news service covering all aspects of the rail sector. So it's great having Philippa and her team on board as well. Then University of Johannesburg. Then is there one of the UJ people who want to say a few words about the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at UJ? Anybody from UJ? They also administer the Institute for Transport and Logistics Studies. So it was created in the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at University of Johannesburg in response to the industry's need for independent, unbiased, relevant and up-to-date research. Excuse me, this department has been part of Transport Forum since the start. Prof. Jackie and them been mentoring me as well. We're proudly having this brand associated with the Transport Forum for many years. Thank you very much for all your support. We've got C-Track. Anybody from C-Track want to say a few words? All right. They say they assist their clients to transform their businesses with innovative software as a service to Internet of Things and mobile solutions. They're passionate about changing the way businesses communicate, collaborate, and operate around the world, allowing you to take action on the insights from our cutting-edge devices and cloud platforms. So it's making all your assets, inventory, everything visible. Crucial service. Also being part of Transport Forum since the start as a gold sponsor. Global Trade Solution. Anybody from Global Trade Solution who want to say a few words? GTS is a user-friendly, cloud-based international trade and supply chain solution that incorporates the core requirements to manage all activities around international supply chain in a compliant and cost-effective manner. GTS offers seamless integration with the various entities in the international supply chain, including the statutory agencies such as custom authorities. Thank you, GTS, for being a load sponsor already for 3 years. Sutari, anybody from Sutari want to say a few words?
Morning, Harry. I'll break your duck.
Thank you.
So Sutari, we used to be known as Oricon, and the African management bought the company back from Oricon and we rebranded to Sutari. We are multidisciplinary consulting engineers and advisors in all aspects, including transport, where we are involved in logistics, in public transport, in planning and implementation of transport infrastructure. We operate throughout Africa and in the Middle East, where we have a fairly large presence. and we are very, very proud to be, I think it's our 5th or 6th year as a sponsor of the Transport Forum. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, comfortably 6 or 7 years already. So we privileged. Thank you a lot for Zutari for your support and also mentorship. We learn a lot from Zutari, also for content. And Zutari is also going to host one of our events on the 18th of May. And that's going to be very interesting. So we'll share the news soonest with you guys. Thank you very much, Mike and Zutari. Right, BidAir Cargo. Anybody from BidAir Cargo want to say a few words? Well, they were established in 1996 as Express Air Services, whose fleet of freighter aircraft operated an overnight hub and spoke domestic network. Over the years, they've constantly evolved as a business, learned lessons, and have made numerous changes to their business model. Now, as BidAir Cargo, they offer various African passenger airlines and air freight services agreement to manage the underutilized cargo capacity. The airline gains revenue for the cargo capacity which BidAir Cargo manages and makes available to the express parcel industry. We have also developed other handling and marketing services for domestic and regional airlines. In 2014, BidAir Cargo acquired the businesses of Imperial Air Cargo, which operates overnight freighter service in South Africa with a fleet of dedicated B737 freighter aircraft. BidAir started January this year as a gold sponsor, and Gary Marshall's also the CEO. Thank you very much for your support. Great brand with the Transport Forum. Cuba, I'm sure there's somebody from Cuba. Michael, perhaps say a few words about Cuba.
I'm going to leave it to you, Harry. You've already got me doing a warm-up act after you.
Thank you, Michael. Let me try. Cuba has been a gold sponsor of the Transport Forum for about 5 years already. They say they believe in ticketing should be safe, simple, and secure. That's why they deliver ticketing as a service. They say for too long, ticketing systems have been complex, inefficient, and expensive. Transport operators have spent years and millions installing, upgrading, and maintaining ineffective systems that passengers didn't understand. Well, no longer, they say. Cuba's lean, efficient, and scalable platform provides a modern solution to a traditional problem. Our range of plug-and-play systems are deployed in a matter of weeks and seamlessly grow with operators' changing needs. With clients across the world and offices in London, Johannesburg, Rome, and Westcon, we are a truly global company with a truly global vision to banish the burden of ticketing. How have I done, Michael?
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you, Cuba, for your support. And we're looking forward to Michael's presentation just now. Thank you very much. Standard Bank, I think don't need any introduction. Also the champion there at Standard Bank, we all know that's Kathy Bell. She's also instrumental with the road transport management system, and they are supporting the Transport Forum vigorously. So we really appreciate Standard Bank. They say they are a leading Africa-focused financial services organization. Africa is our home, and we drive our growth. That's from Standard Bank. Thank you very much for that. EasyClear. Jody, anybody from EasyClear?
Morning, Harry. It's Michael here from EasyClear. I see there are a lot of Michaels on this call. Another one, great name. Yes, thank you. I'll introduce EasyClear and break your speech there. EasyClear provides software as a service solutions to the freight forwarding, clearing, and logistics community and supply chain here in South Africa and neighboring BLNS countries. A company was started in November of 2004 with the aim of introducing a truly Windows-based solution at the time that was not available. And we've recently celebrated 17 years of uncompromising customer service, unwavering dedication to providing software utilizing current cutting-edge technology. And yes, we're also, I think, a gold sponsor, a more recent gold sponsor, and we're proud and happy to be associated with the Transport Forum, and of course, everything logistics and supply chain related. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, indeed, EasyClear started January this year as a gold sponsor. and hopefully we will still see you for many years to come. Thank you very much for your support. JC Auditors, anybody from JC Auditors? They also started this year. They accredited certifications are recognized globally. They say they work with clients and develop specific solutions. Their goal is to provide professional, efficient, and simplified certification solutions, enabling clients to achieve their business goals. Compliance, extremely important. Thank you very much, Oliver and your team, for your support. Abunia Capital. Abunia Capital, been now the second year gold sponsor of the Transport Forum, and doing incredible work in the public transport space. They say they're a knowledge hub, and they strive to have the taxi industry being recognized as a full mode of transport in the transport sector in South Africa. And they're doing very important work in this regard. You need to know anything about solutions in the taxi industry, you can talk to Abunia. There's their website. Right, then Optibus, they're going to do a presentation today as well, but maybe Udi, if you want to say a few words quickly on Optibus.
Sure, thank you, Harry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, everybody. So a little bit about Optibus. We presented here before. Optibus is a software as a service in order to better run mass transportation. We serve both the public sector and the private sector, mainly in the bus industry, specifically in South Africa. We've been in civil engagement with civil operators already. Actually, we're going to launch a small operation within this week in Cape Town, and we're expanding. Optibus works globally, pretty much in every region you might think of. Although the bus industry is very local, we can configure and localize the platform to help the run the operation in an optimized manner. We have clients from Brazil, US, Canada, UK, Germany, all the way to Singapore and Australia and New Zealand. We're very excited actually to be speaking here. The platform uses a cutting-edge technology, which is it's cloud-based, and it uses AI, artificial intelligence. And this is actually the topic of what we're going to discuss here today. Specifically today, we're delighted to have our VP of Business Development to discuss. So actually, I won't be moderating the presentation. So Omer Goldschmidt will be soon joining us.
Right. Thank you, Udi. Thank you for your support. They are a regular sponsor of the Transport Forum and great technology. So thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gents, let's give a hand to our sponsors. It's excellent having these people making the Transport Forum possible. We really appreciate their support. The presentations you see here today will be uploaded to the Transport Forum's website. Very popular Transport Forum. It's actually nowadays more than 2 million hits per month, to be quite honest. We've actually got more than 8,000 unique visitors nowadays. That's a humble slide, but okay. So you need to log in to download the presentations. To the left of your screen, when you're in that website and you look at the left of your screen, you'll see user login. Should you not have a password yet, then you click there on sign up, and the sign up shall then take you to a simple little process to create your own complimentary accounts, all for free. And then you can download more than 900 presentations presented over the past 14 years. So by the way, this month is the Transport Forum's birthday. We are now 14 years old. So yeah, so you can download, and there's a search engine. So you go to events and you go and select downloads after you've logged in, and then you'll find this simple little search engine. So in that top field, you can type in a person's surname or a topic, and you click search, and it'll give you over the past 14 years what has been presented in terms of that topic or surname that you typed in there. Or you can go to category and you can select today's date and bring up all today's presentations, and you can download them for free because of our sponsors making it possible. So we've got the business directory. It's been outsourced to Buleng Bonsle Consultants, Olga Mashilu and her team. Very popular business directory, and it's growing rapidly and very popular. You can go and look at the Transport Forum's website, the business directory, and you'll see how many hits these companies are getting. You can take a picture of the screen. There's Olga's number, and you can contact Olga, and she can help you to get your company listed in the business directory. So let's support Olga as well in the Transport Forum business directory. So back to our program then. Let's stop all the talking, even though it was very important. I would like then to kick off this event today, Public Transport in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And we're going to have our first presenter this morning, Mr. Michael Hart, the CRO for Kuba. And he's going to talk about revenue management and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Harry. Bear with me a second whilst I begin the presentation.
No rush at all.
Do you have it?
We have it. Thank you. You can continue.
Perfect. Well, good morning, everybody. Harry, thanks very much for offering me the opportunity to act as your warm-up act ahead of the speakers that follow. First of all, a happy 14th birthday to Transport Forum, and a happy first anniversary to everybody that's been working at home like I have for the last 12 months. Harry's asked me to deliver a presentation on revenue management in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to start off with a quick introduction to Kuba, and then I'll jump into this enormous topic. So who's Kuba? Kuba is a technology business that focuses entirely in the transit sector, in the public transit sector. For over 30 years, we've delivered solutions ranging from Beijing through to Hong Kong and all other regions. We currently support over 200 cities and regions worldwide. So we like to think we know mass transit and revenue management pretty well. Now that's as a complete contrast to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So Harry, thanks for this. I did what I think any responsible presenter would do, and I did my research. I went to Google, and what I did was I started to look at the impact of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So a bit of history. So the first industrial revolution from 1760 to 1830 looked at the harnessing of steam, water, and power to mechanized production. Then after a little gap, we moved into the second industrial revolution between 1871 and 1914. Now this was more technical, and it looked at standardization and industrialization, but also the harnessing of electric power to enable us to move into mass production. Then of course the third, a huge gap, but the third industrial revolution was a digital one. It looked at the use of electronics and information technology to help automate production. And now the fourth industrial revolution, where we find ourselves today, arguably started in around 2001 onwards. And it's quite complex because what it does is it blurs the lines between physical, digital, and biological. And I'll explain what I mean by that later. We're looking at a fusion of technologies, machine to machine, machine learning, automated intelligence, Internet of Things, and all sorts of other complex technology stacks that the speakers that follow me later on today know much, much more than I do. So I won't sort of purport to be an expert. Just the fact that these technologies are out there and coming So I looked at that research, and then I happened to stumble across the World Economic Forum site. I don't know if many of you are familiar with this, but they have a fascinating 11-minute video addressing what the fourth industrial revolution means and how we as the planet should respond. Now, Harry, if I'm honest, I was tempted to just play this video for 11 minutes and that would be the end of my presentation. But I'm not going to do that. What I've done is I put the link into that forum, and I would urge everybody to watch that video, because it is really quite emotive, and it triggered a lot of thoughts that are linked to our business principles, but also mine and those of my children. And I took some quite strong takeaways from it. Hopefully we can bear these takeaways in mind as we go through the rest of the day. First of all, we should use the technology that's coming, that is already available and will no doubt change beyond measure over the next 5 to 10 years, to maximize human well-being. Okay. The technology will enable us to decouple the possibility of growth from the resource constraints that we've experienced over the last 30 years. So it should enable us to grow beyond measure. But that growth should be for the benefit of society and of the planet. We should focus on safe and healthy for all, for the future generations. So one of the things that my takeaways is, do no harm is no longer good enough. In everything that we do in terms of our business operations and in the harnessing of the technology that's coming, should be to make positive environmental impact. And then the next point, which I'm really, really pleased that some of the speakers that follow me are focusing on education, because what we are already seeing is the gap between return on capital and return on labor is enormous. Today, I can make more money by investing in Bitcoin for a day than I can through working 12 hours. That's just wrong. But it's going to get worse. So the impact on the relevance of skills, the relevance of education is going to be critical. Low skill will mean even more low pay if you're lucky to find it. And the higher your skills, the more technical and relevant your skills are and aligned to the technology of the day, the higher your pay is going to be. Now that's going to have a massive impact on the communities, the cities, and the countries that we serve. And we need to be cognizant of that. And then finally, education, training, and mobility have never been more important. And that importance is only going to increase. We need to enable people to travel easily from where they live to where they're going to be educated, and then to employment opportunities. We need to provide opportunities for that education, training, and employment for everybody if we're not going to further increase the divide that already exists in society. So that's the research that I've done and some of the takeaways that I've taken as a result. For Kuba, our belief is that simplicity is key. Okay, now, as I've talked about, I could jump into the impacts of big data, predictive analytics, self-driving automated vehicles, but I'm not going to do that. I want to try and sustain this message that we need to do positive, simple, and effective measures to ensure that we deliver efficient public transport networks that deliver that access to everybody. And as part of that simplicity, Harry touched on this at the top of as part of our introduction, we need to simplify and standardize. Yeah, a lot of the speakers, as they introduce themselves, will talk about cloud-based technology, delivery of software as a service. And what they mean is that complex, bespoke, their solutions are neither bespoke nor complex. They're fast to deploy. They avoid proprietary standards wherever possible. And as part of the SaaS delivery, you get updates as part of your core monthly payment. So there's no further cost for those increased enhancements. These solutions are easy to integrate with third parties, and they support the mass solutions of the future. And those mass solutions, which are driven by big data, by the predictive analytics, are the key to enabling enhanced mobility as we move forward. You know, we talk about transit payments as a service, as a means to removing barriers to the use of public transport. We mean fast, low-risk deployment using trusted functionality and APIs, the easy integration with things such as SANRAL, CyPass, and the SANRAL ABT platform, regular updates and new functionality being dropped on a weekly basis that are cost-effective and already delivering mass solutions around the world. So simplify and standardize. Let the technology sit beneath it, because our job is to harness the benefits of that technology that's coming. So the future is quite exciting. Yeah, the ability to no longer just report on what's happening in real time, but to predict what's going to happen over the next hour, 2 hours, day, month, week, is critically important for optimizing the delivery of public transport. Okay, now, like I said, Harry, I'm followed by people that are far more tech savvy than I am, that know the technology stacks that sit beneath it. Kuba's job, in my mind, and in our stated principles, is to harness that technology, to simplify it in terms of its delivery to our customers and the communities that we serve, and to help change the world and improve it one journey at a time. So Harry, thanks again. Thanks for the opportunity to introduce the session. And I'm delighted that I'm going to learn something today from everyone that follows. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gents, there's the email address, and you should really talk to Michael. Thank you. And it's great talking about, maximizing human well-being. We don't always think about that, even though that's the crux of the entire thing. And you guys are harnessing the benefits of technology on behalf of the customer, because we don't always have the knowledge, and we don't have the resources and the skills and the capabilities to do all this research. And you guys come with the experience. So yeah, thank you very much for that. Right, ladies and gents, our next presenter then will be Mr. Tommy Snyman. He's an ITS, Intelligent Transport Systems, industry expert at Huawei Enterprise of Africa. He's going to talk about different modes of transport and the experience on technology implementation. Thank you, Tommy. You've been an old-timer in this industry for many years, also being the ITS director at Ekurhuleni before, and you've been around in this industry, so we really appreciate your skills and your knowledge sharing with us. So we look forward to listening to you. Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to share my experience, and also from our That's it. I just want to get rid of that. Okay. You can see my screen, everybody?
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Tommy.
Good. Okay. Good morning, everyone. When Harry and I have to discuss this topic addressing today, I think the Luckily, Harry, sometimes we have a discussion and we talk about future topics and we see that where we can add value. We looked at the theme that I want to address today, but it was very difficult as we had several discussions on fourth industrial revolution already. And how does IR impact on transport? Now, luckily, Michael done a very good introduction on IR, which I'm not going to repeat. So when I've completed my presentation, I looked at how Harry has defined the different transport modes. That's why I used this as introduction in my heading to see that there's 5 different modes of transport that Harry grouped there. So my focus will be today to see about how and what type of technology fits into each of these different technologies. But first of all, let's just want to look at who's Huawei. A lot of people know Huawei as the guys that provide cell phones and router technology, but I think Huawei is bigger than that. We don't need 194,000 people just to develop cell phones. Huawei is a global company with 194,000 people in more than 170 countries. And we can see that nearly half of the people is working in research and development in 14 R&D institutions, laboratories, open labs, of which we have one in Johannesburg of that 14, where we do some research and integration with service providers, integration with system integrators, and test end-to-end solutions. Huawei has 4 business units consisting of the consumer business unit, which is the cell phones and router business, the carrier business unit, which we have 60% of all the equipment supplied to carrier business operators. Then the cloud business unit, which were one of the most newest business units. And as Michael was saying, cloud business unit becomes very important. And then lastly, which we will focus on today, is the enterprise business unit, which I represent. Now, as Michael was saying that we went through the first and the second and the third and the fourth industrial revolution, we are saying about, are we already moving in the fourth as we've done, or are we still in the third industrial revolution? And I just want to add one component, when are we moving to the fifth industrial revolution? And how will the fifth industrial revolution reflects on the transport industry? Because why the fifth industrial revolution is also about personalization of the technology, emotions, and there's a lot of information on that. So maybe, Harry, that is one of the new topics that we can start looking at. And I think we should cover the third, fourth, and fifth together, because we cannot distinguish and just say we're just going to talk fourth, or we're just going to talk third, and we're just going to talk the fifth one. So if we look at the transport industry in totality from Huawei side, how we see it, but also from as Harry has indicated in his web page, we are talking about the rail mode, which we break down into smart railway, which is the Transnets of the world, the smart urban rail, which is the Plazas and the Gautrain. Then secondly, we focus on smart aviation, which is the smart airport component. The next focus then is the smart roadway, and it's a very strong focus on smart highways. And then we focus on the fourth area, which is a smart port or the postal systems. And then lastly, the smart logistics. And I think if you look at the group of people that's represented here today, we focus on, or we cover all these areas very general, very good. And I think when I looked at what is the equipment and technology that we require to cover this, I will cover most of it in today's presentation. Now, from a Huawei perspective, and just to say that, do we have the experience? I think yes, we have the experience. We have more than 40, we are represented in more than 40 countries on 5 continents. And if you look at, we have experience in more than 120,000 kilometers in the rail industry, more than 100 lines in urban railroad. We got contracts and assisted in 50 airports and 15 airlines. And one of the key areas for me is to look at the highways and city roads, which is about 150,000 kilometers where we helped companies. And then lastly, on the logistics sites, we helped with 40 different companies and postal companies. And then the seaport, of which you can see there that Durban Harbour is one of our core focuses, and we provided solutions to Durban Harbour already. So if you look at a railway innovation solution, we can focus on 3 areas. First of all is the operational communication network, that is in the middle, number 1, which includes the GSM network, the 5G or the LTE equipment, the optic fiber technology or the point-to-multipoint microwave equipment, which become very important for communications to the digital train. Just imagine having a digital train with public Wi-Fi and surveillance systems installed on the train, the requirement that you need to communicate and the bandwidth you require. So a reliable and a stable network is required, and roaming between the various nodes are critical. Then the second point is the railway cloud. It could be private, it could be public cloud. We are moving away from the traditional data center technology to host the dispatching, decision-making applications, the passenger services, and operational management applications. It becomes very important to have a flexible and a scalable computing and a storage technology to have an efficient and reliable platform. The third component here on the left bottom side is the smart station or the depot. How do we communicate on a station or a depot? What is the requirements? At the depot, predictive maintenance becomes more and more critical, and information needs to be shared with the operational and decision-making entities. Video surveillance for security purposes is also a requirement that will assist security staff to be more proactive in preventing incidents. This is also to link to perimeter protection. And just imagine that if we have this in place, how it will help to prevent copper theft. It becomes very, very critical that a good network being deployed and make sure that all the data are stored on a cloud platform. When we look at the rail cloud service model, then we see that we're sitting with the importance of the rail cloud. Sorry. Just let me fix one thing quickly here. Sorry, I just want to look for somewhere I'm getting. Good. Okay, we have several partners who wants to provide software services to the rail industry. Michael, for instance, is one that will provide the ticketing system on top of the application. We see that the new stack of infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service becomes very, very important. Huawei is a partner in the transport industry that can provide entities or the ecosystem partners with the infrastructure and a platform as a service platform. We see that the software components, the higher level that is marked in blue, they integrate operational supervisory, cross-line integrated dispatching, integrated data analysis, etc., requires a very stable and a very good cloud computing platform. And Huawei Cloud, which is one of the first cloud platforms established in South Africa, hosted, and you can have services in South Africa. Most of the other people are outside the country. Therefore, it becomes important. What are you putting onto this cloud platform? And for us, the rail cloud becomes very, very important. Railway and metro use cases. This demonstrates the use cases of the latest technology and the solutions involved in the transport sector. There's a strong move and a requirement to utilize cloud computing technology with artificial intelligence, AI, integrated video surveillance, which is the IVS, Wi-Fi technology, And one of the most important new technologies is 5G. I know a lot of, we've got Rain, we've got Vodacom that's running, and MTN rolling out 5G technology. And we can see the importance of 5G becomes more and more important because we got more higher bandwidth, compares very good to optic fiber technology, easier to roll out. And we see that the requirements becomes more and more that LTE is less of a standard and 5G will becomes the standard. Then we look at a digital airport portfolio. The smart airport portfolio provides the following benefits to all stakeholders. One ID, so for one ID means it's a check-in, security check, high-end lounges, navigation display, search and boarding. You look at your airport integrated operations center or intelligence operations center, IC. Your visualized ground handling, where you have your converged command and dispatch, your vehicle tracking that's moving around at the airport. Panoramic video surveillance becomes important when you look at panoramic video surveillance, that your runway is monitored, especially when you have problems with birds that's on the runway. With your video surveillance, you can immediately spot that type of problems. You have your passenger queue management process, 5G connectivity in the forms of Wi-Fi 6 connectivity and Wi-Fi itself. And it becomes a digital platform of intelligence platform with Wi-Fi technology, data center, containerized data centers. I just want to make an example here that Dubai airports don't have a fixed data center. They have containerized data centers. They've got 23 units built within 9 months. If the data or the storage get saturated, within 2 weeks, a new unit will be put down. And for them, it's very important to have disaster recovery, to have a failover site, and the uptime for Dubai airport. They are allowed only 1.8 minutes per year to a downtime. And so that all requires smart UPS equipment, smart storage, and server equipment. When we look at the smart roadway, we distinguish ourselves between the road networking sensing equipment, road network awareness equipment, and smart road network. So when we focus on the highway is very important. You could see that we're providing 130,000 kilometers of technology where we helped in various countries providing solutions. The IOC or the control center becomes the heart or the nerve center for any transport operations. The control center is the most important component that we identify. And that control center provides the platform for a single platform for all the data to be collected. That provides you with the command and control platform. And then the third thing that we normally neglect is to have for the user, what is the value for the user? So mobility, information that you share to them, and that becomes the control center's responsibility to make sure that information is shared. As you can see, everything that is in red, that is the areas which is Huawei is providing. All the letters in black, that is what we provide with our partners. So it becomes very important that we're looking at open road tolling, for instance. We have the whole debate about is open road tolling still applicable in South Africa, like in Gauteng. We have done several open road tolling sites in China. And I think that becomes very important. If the law enforcement component is incorporated with tolling systems, then tolling systems will work. And the value that you will get for a company like Sunroll to collect revenue becomes more and more important. On the right-hand side, Checkpoint or intelligent traffic management is a revenue generator for government. Checkpoint not only for as in speed over distance or speed measurement, also law enforcement in regards to red robot transgressions and incidents, wrong way driving, and all that components brings you a certain amount of value, not only on revenue side, but also on your social contribution, political contribution. I've just done a case for Kenya where we installed 7 pilot sites, and we could see that the reduction in traffic congestion, how that's been reduced, and the value of road incidents and fatal incidents. And for instance, if I look at the amount of revenue they could collect, we're talking about 12 billion Kenya shillings in a year's time of just due to law enforcement. Tunnel management becomes very important. So from that perspective, we are moving away from the traditional big buildings next to the road. We know, for instance, if you travel in Gauteng, you have this big, at the Gangtrees, you have this building. And the other day I was asking a person, but why do you have such a big building? They said to me, well, that is to host all the batteries, all the server equipment and UPSs. From our side, we're saying that road tolling can be done by having a cabinet installed, and that cabinet makes provision then for all your edge security gateways, your router equipment, your storage equipment, and your batteries and your UPSs. This cabinet that we see in this screen, we provided it in Gaborone, where they have intelligent traffic management systems, and really successfully deployed. On the right-hand side, we see that there is more value when we start looking at a pole where we can provide the technology on for a road site. Now, for me, it's important to see that how do we move to smart road networks? Now, stage 1 and stage 2, that is when we look at highway communication networks like a WAN, wide area network, by means of optic fiber, tunneling, networking, monitoring equipment, electronic toll collection or manual toll collection. And we want to move towards highway digitization. Open road tolling becomes important. The application is loaded onto the cloud, artificial intelligence, and big data, and we built a big digital platform. Incident monitoring and emergency handling becomes important, and video cloud networking provides you with the surveillance information that you require to do monitoring and management. Then we move to Highway 4.0, which is a smart road network, where we have the people, vehicles, roads, and environmental are integrated and coordinated, efficient road and secure intelligent traffic control, all-weather road-wide autonomous driving. So if we look at the platform and the building blocks of an intelligent highway, we see that the highway IOC integrated and intelligent operations center becomes key again. We have your enablement services on the top, and you have your digital platform, which consists of your video platform, your V2X, which stands for vehicle to anything platform. That is the future. High precious positioning, your AI platform, and a big data platform. It becomes very important that the features becomes integrated, becomes smart, and it's ecosystem based. Why we say it's ecosystem based? Because there's not one company who can provide everything. You have to partner with several system integrators, system providers to make sure that you can provide the end-to-end solution. Now, one of the flagships that we think that is going to be very important is a smart pole technology. It's an LED street light that provides you with a very low energy requirement. So we see energy savings is a saving of 60%, efficient long life of up to 50,000 hours, smart single lamp control, precise control. It's a multifunctional pole. As I indicated previously, you can put the 5G network onto this pole. You can provide the weather station onto this pole, Wi-Fi to the community. You can have it as a security pole where people, if they're in a requirement to talk to somebody, press to talk functionality. So that's your emergency call loudspeaker. The future is electronic or vehicles, and so we see that we provide the EV charger. So you can park next to this pole and you charge your vehicle. And then the one component that's very important is marketing. So this can create revenue. You put a pole up there which can provide you with weather conditions. It can provide you with the transport timetables information. you can rent out this information or the space to people, and you can generate through digital advertising, generate money for the person who owns this pole. So when we look at where we want to position ourselves, then we say that there's applications on the top can be developed by third parties like Michael with Kuba on the ticketing site. But from a perspective on the platform, the cloud platform and intelligent edge intelligence, we see that there's a requirement to have a reliable service provider. And from that perspective, Huawei can provide and be that partner to the transport industry. And so, as I mentioned, that we are moving forward with the V2X communication, and we had a requirement, and Harry, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago, that the previous MEC for transport, Ismail Wadi, was asking, but when can we have interaction between vehicles, vehicle communication, vehicle to roadside communication? I think we're there, and we can provide, and we can start with that technology. Then we're looking at the smart logistics solution. We see that the digital warehousing becomes very important, asset management, wireless LAN and wireless location, AI-based visual analysis of operations. We see that the intelligent vehicle dispatching becomes the critical component. How do you track the vehicle from when it leaves the depot, when it leaves to the warehouse? Visualize dispatching, dock reservation and allocation, and then the campus ICT. I was looking at the development, if you pause on the R21 and how many warehouses is going up, and the amount of technology that can goes into that warehouses to make it smart logistic houses. We see that integrated security becomes important. Advanced application becomes important, like the IoT component to monitor any device. And then the fusion solar power and intelligence. We're sitting in a situation with load shedding, and so we need to make a backup plan, and that is the solar power intelligence. Then we're looking at the smart port. We see that the cloud computing is very important to provide a big data-based intelligence operations center, creates a platform for that, and to consolidate all the data. We have the 5G and the Wi-Fi 6 network. If you have the Wi-Fi network deployed in a port, we have done the eLTE, that's a private LTE network. LTE is the 4G network. In Durban port, for instance, where we have communication to all the different IoT devices, we have communication to all the technology, and you can see that automated guide vehicles and movers becomes a critical component, and how do you move your containers and how do you monitor containers. Drones and robot communication. I saw a presentation from Transnet some time ago where they use drones to monitor the maintenance of the docks. We're looking at high definition video surveillance and analytics. Now, Huawei is a leader within software-defined cameras. Software-defined cameras means that you don't need to replace certain cameras by just adding certain cameras to a software-defined camera. You have the same functionality like face recognition, license plate recognition, safety video analytics, and container damage inspections. So it becomes the technology provides and create a platform for transport to move forward. And that's what I'm saying is that, are we in IR3, are we in IR4, or where are we? Or are we moving already to IR5? So from our side, we want to bring the digital world to every person, family, and organization, building a fully connected, intelligent world. And I think we are achieving this very soon. Some way or another, there is some technology where Huawei is involved in. And I hope this actually helped to see that where are we moving with transport and technology. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Tommy. This was seriously interesting and great to see all the technology. It's actually mind-boggling to see all this technology happening today. I'm quite sure that the smart port solution can also be used as a smart taxi rank solution and so on. So obviously one can be creative here. And a lot of things can be implemented in different ways as well, using your technology. Thank you very much, Tommy. That was interesting. And I'm quite sure the guys would like to talk to you in a panel discussion. We bit early on schedule. I don't know, is Omar Goldsmith available yet to do his presentation?
Yeah, hello, hi, good morning. Yes,
Hi,
I'm
Omar.
here. How are you
Yes.
guys?
Good. Let me put up our agenda quickly that the guys can see.
Please.
All right, so our next presenter then is not Udi Pomerans, it's Omar Goldsmith. He's the VP Business Development for Optibus. He's going to talk to us about the use of artificial intelligence in planning and optimization of public transport. Thank you, Omar, for your support and sharing your knowledge with us. We're looking forward.
Sure, pleasure, sure. Let me just share, I just need to share my, oh, perfect. Hold on. Please just let me know that you can see my screen, I hope.
It's perfect, you can proceed.
Excellent. So hello, everyone. What we'll try to do in the next 20-25 minutes is really to talk about technology in general and about artificial intelligence and what can happen or cannot happen for us as an industry. There is a lot of myth, so we'll try to separate kind of the myth and the reality. A bit about myself. So thanks, Harry, for having us, and Udi for the intro at the beginning. So my name is Omar Goldschmidt. I'm actually in Tel Aviv in Israel as I'm the VP of Strategy and Global Business Development for Optibus. As you may know, may heard the news, Optibus, we are a software company, and really looking at ourselves, and I think the industry looks at us as the new standard of transport planning, scheduling, and operation. We work today really across the globe. We'll talk about it maybe later, but we have a software. It's an end-to-end software from really route planning and timetable planning all the way to operations. Really, the impact of what we do is really we help transport agencies and operators really to improve the quality of their service and their efficiencies. And we do it really with strong algorithm. We'll discuss those in a few minutes. Everything that we're doing is based on cloud, and maybe some of you are kind of aware of what does it mean, and if not, we'll maybe discuss this later. So let's kind of, and maybe I forgot, so as I mentioned, Optibus, we are deployed right now in 480 cities, really from North America, Latin America, and Asia, and different things. I hope that some of the lessons and some of the things that I can share with you will be applicable to you, and obviously I would love to hear your thoughts and feedback at the end. So let's kind of go to the topic that I think that we are kind of more interested to talk about. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. I'll read you the definition, and let's think together whether it's a relevant definition or not. So artificial intelligence is the theory and development of computer systems able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, and translation between languages. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? We do feel that artificial intelligence could help us. We hear about it in the news. We hear about it in the media. And let's talk about what does it have to do with transportation. So I think we kind of all can agree that if we look 20 or 30 or even 50 years back, transport was quite of a simple industry, or the modes that we used were quite straightforward. So people may use a car, a bus, a subway, maybe in some cases, a bicycle, they could walk, or can use a taxi. Those traditional modes have been for ages. And what we're seeing in the last, I guess, 5-10 years, and again, this is not, I think, specific for a specific city or for a specific region, but we do see this everywhere, is really the kind of a new emerging modes of transportation. So you probably heard, and maybe some of you already have some of those in your cities, but we can see scooters and bike sharing and people are booking an app with an app on-demand services. And I think when we look at the commonality of all these new modes, I think they're all driven by technology. And I think that if we look at kind of a transportation from a more kind of a, I'll say holistic way, so you can think that, let's say on the private car, well, technology really made a lot of impact on so many things that are kind of inherent. Think about the car that you had 15 years ago and 20 years ago and what's happening now. New systems, offering services, again, a lot of things have happened. Same I think goes for on-demand services and shuttle operations there. At least, again, in the US and Asia and Latin America, we see a lot of technology that is around that. And I think, and this is maybe the point for, or the argument I'm going to say today, is that the question that is still unclear is which technology will be the game changer for mass transport. So do we feel, let's say, for example, that similar technologies, let's say, I don't know, like Uber or booking a trip will be the same for bus? Can we imagine a situation that even in the future, someone will take his cell phone and just book a bus and a bus full of 30 people will just go to a different direction? I'm not sure. And I think there is still a debate or still a discussion around which technologies will make the most impact. Now, I will say that we saw in the last couple of years a lot of discussions about new technologies, and I think one of them was really around helping passengers understand the availability of different trips. Is it a game changer? Maybe to some extent. We saw in other places buses with Wi-Fi, and people, I think a lot of time when we are saying or speaking with executives and we ask them, do you have any technology that you invested on kind of recently? So many people share those kind of things. And maybe kind of what I would like to share with you is maybe something that is slightly different. Some people view AI or view technology in a very extreme way. They think, well, AI, it's all about autonomous vehicles. I'm not sure about how you feel about this, but I think it will take some time. I don't think that next year or the following year we'll see dozens of autonomous vehicles just running around. So I guess what I'm getting to is that the concept of how technology and how AI will impact the industry is really something in the middle. Now, I want to talk about some myth, and I know people feel very strongly about AI and about technology. And when we asked at the 2019 UITP conference in Stockholm, we had a poll with asking people, what do you think about AI? What do you think about AI for transport? So we got, I think, really extreme reactions. I'll give you two. One person, doesn't matter from where it's from, he mentioned that a machine will replace all the people and robots will take over the world. AI is a terrible threat. And this is kind of a very extreme situation to think that technology might replace us or technology might even help what we're doing right now. And on the other extreme, again, without mentioning where this person is coming from, people said, or some people said, well, AI is so amazing that it will solve all of the problems, it will save the world, and it's a very optimistic view. So I'm not sure, and we're not going to do a poll right now about how you feel about AI, but I understand that this is, and technology in general is something that really, I think, generate extreme reactions. I do want to give you a quick exercise that I would like all of you to do together. And I'm not sure if we can even share this in the chat group, Harry, but let's see. If you guys, I'm interested to hear who can count how many muffins are we seeing in the screen. I'll give you another 15 seconds. And if you can send it in the chat or even say it out loud, that will be interesting. Try to count. How many muffins do we see here in the screen? And obviously don't count the chihuahuas. Let's see in the chat. Okay, nice. Okay, we got several. Okay. Excellent, excellent. 16, yes, you're right. Perfect. So I will share with you that this exercise, first of all, it's difficult. Some muffins and some chihuahuas look similar. And I think some of you already answered. And indeed, we have here 16 muffins or group of muffins or picture of muffins. I will share with you something. And when a computer will look at those photos and will try to identify how many muffins and versus chihuahuas, a computer in less than 1 second will know that there are in this picture 16 picture of muffins. For some of us, it will take 10 seconds. For some of us, it will take 20. For some, it will take maybe even less. But I think that what we saw here is a good demonstration of how technology can really help us in processes that today we're doing in a manual way, like counting Chihuahua on the screen while I'm talking, versus how we can use technology to conduct some of those activities that really can help us. Think about this today. How much of your time, how much of your team's time, how many hours your staff in general is investing in counting muffins or doing manual work? And do you think that maybe technology could be helpful? So let maybe kind of, we'll go back to the Chihuahua in a few minutes, but maybe let's talk about manual work that we have here in our industry. Does that seem something familiar to some of you? Or maybe this, using Excel spreadsheets to plan and to schedule your bus operation or your fixed route operation. I can share with you that some people are even use something like this. Now, I don't really know all of you, and most of you are not using video, so I cannot even see your reaction. But I can tell you that from a global standpoint, and as I mentioned, we are working at different locations with various type of organizations. What we see is that a substantial part of the industry still uses, whether it's those wooden boards or those cards or using Excel spreadsheets or something else. And it's interesting to see that we are still, obviously we're saying, yeah, we don't like to count chihuahuas or muffins, but essentially on a day-to-day, when we go to work, many of our teams or even ourselves, we need to conduct those manual processes. So I think in what we're seeing today, and obviously COVID-19, I think made it very clear that the technology gaps that we have today are really causing problems to us. It's costly to operate. It's difficult to manage, and sometimes it's even impossible to improve. And I think that what we are seeing is that it's not that executive doesn't want, or the team doesn't want to improve, or people would like to use or not to improve what they currently have. But I think in many cases, they don't have the capacity, they don't have the tools in order really to improve. So let's maybe go to the basics and maybe to try to think, why is that? What we are, probably all of us will know. So mass transport really represents a deep technology challenge. And why is that? In many ways, I look at, when you look at kind of a planning or running an operation of kind of a mass transport, in many ways, it's like a Rubik's Cube. Every time you play with something on the other hand might change. And here on the left-hand side, I kind of wrote a list of different constraints that all of us, when we think about running and operating our kind of a service, and when we are looking to improve, we always need to look at all of those. And this is obviously a partial list. But every time I'll give an example, when you are looking maybe to improve efficiency, it might hurt the brake time of the driver. And in some cases, when you are trying to change something in the driver brake, it might hurt your negotiation with the union. Or anyway, everything is attached to everything. And at the end of the day, it's all about making decisions which are really full of trade-offs. So there are, again, all the time we need to compare between different scenarios. And obviously doing it manually is very difficult. So maybe to say that what we are seeing right now, and on the left side, I shared with you again some of the photos that our staff took. By the way, all the pictures that you are seeing here on the left side are pictures of real transportation agencies or operators from the recent years that until they moved working with Optibus, they used those Excel or those wooden boards or those cards. And they kind of took a step forward in order to change. Now, maybe to explain why people are thinking right now about changing, and we'll go in a second, we can talk more about what was the COVID impact on our industry and us as people maybe. But I think that the three main things that comes to mind is that in many cases, it really takes months to adapt even to the smallest operational change. I think that many of us has been used to a situation where kind of before COVID, yes, we can change things once every a few months, maybe a year or so. And I think the urge of changing and adjusting was not that severe. What's happening right now, and I will say that the reality has changed in a sense that right now we need, most of us, to adapt quickly to many things that are happening because of different requirements, because the level of service that we need to offer. And this has really caused, I think, a lot of headache to a lot of people. Number two, and this is for me at least an important point, is that I think all people in all levels, from the users and the teams that are actually working on this, all the way to the managing director and the executive board, are really struggling to understand what's the impact of their decisions. So let's say we would like to do something. It could be related to working with the drivers or even the unions, or what's the impact of a new regulation? And I think a lot of time we just trying to guess because it's unclear to us what will be the impact on cost, on people, on the quality of the service that we offer. And last but not least, I think, is that really the teams, as I mentioned with the Chihuahuas and the muffins earlier, the team are really, is in many cases, the team is forced to work manually and settle on compromise result. And I think because of the time it takes to prepare everything, there is not a lot of time to compare scenarios, to think about what will happen if we will do this or that in a different way. So for us, I think, and this is kind of going back to how technology could change, I would say that I don't think that the AI or technology is only about autonomous vehicles. I don't think it's just about let's stay as we are and you know count Chihuahuas and muffins in the next 5 or 10 years. I will suggest for this topic that, or for this kind of a discussion, that this will be more of a evolution and not a revolution. So I don't think that what will happen is that we will see people tomorrow morning, everything is with computers and all the data and everything is together, and people are changing their behavior and their way of work from, from one extreme to the other. But I think what we as an industry, and this is my suggestion, we need to start taking proactive steps in order to be not only future-proof, but to be ready, as this is a process, again, an evolution and not a revolution. I'll share maybe, if we have a few more minutes, so I'll share a few maybe reasons or maybe to explain why people, other than having a nice system or having everything being very quickly, why people do prefer working with technology and working with systems with AI. And I think that the main thing that we're seeing is that technology can really have a clear and direct impact on the bottom line. And I'll give 3 examples. 1, technology can have a significant, or can help have a significant reduction of the operating cost. Number 2, the ability to make better decisions and to improve budget allocation. And this obviously related to private companies and also to agencies. And number 3, the ability to quickly adjust plans and implement changes. Now, I'm not going to share everything today, obviously, and this is a very kind of a 3 items, but each of them is huge in terms of the options that a company or a person could do with the right technology. But let me give you some maybe quick examples, and then we'll open this for discussion. So maybe let's talk about the difference between the service that we offer during a week or during a month or during a year. I think that what we are seeing, and this is globally, that people do understand that, in different times or in a different day, you do have different demand. You do have different people with different motivation. But today, I think part of that is really because of our inability to adjust or to offer adjustments. We offer usually the same service. Now, it's not, what are our options? Like, I don't think each of us thought, well, let me change the service using technology. Do we even need to? So let's talk about something that is practical. So, by the way, this is the screenshots that you're seeing. This is the Optibus platform. We have different modules, and if any of you are interested, we can share more after this session. So we have one module, which is route planning. It's helping adjust and plan the routes and the stops in a way that is suitable and optimal. Number two is the timetable planning, which is around changing the frequency of the service. The scheduling, which is the assignment, what every vehicle, what every driver need to do in any point in time, how to allocate resources in an optimal way, and obviously all the way to the daily operation and which driver is going to be sick today and to replace him and so forth. I'll give you maybe an example. This is an example from Germany, from Bonn. This is a Monday, 9 a.m. in Bonn. By the way, the screenshot that you're seeing, this is the planning model from the Optibus platform. So what we identify here is we have 500 people that need to go from area B or would like to go from area A to area B at this 9 a.m. By the way, taking the bus will take them 38 minutes, and if they will go directly by car, it will take 16. Now, the two questions that I'm asking kind of myself when I'm seeing this is, A, can we offer a better bus route? Do we want even to offer a better bus route? And I'll say that in some cases, there is no need. We are not competing with a car. Obviously, if someone is going direct from point A to B, it will take him shorter. The question is, do we feel that the route that we have and the stop that we have are most suitable for this time, for this day, for this Monday a.m. In this area? I will say, and that the problem maybe starts by really having lack of visibility into the data. Do we really know how many ridership we can expect in a certain time between two regions? In many cases, it's very difficult. And maybe I'll go to another example. Timetable optimization. So let's say that even we optimize the routes, or maybe, by the way, in many cases, it's unlikely for us even to change the route because different things. We understand that demand really changes along the day. So, in kind of speaking with a lot of operators and agencies, we tend to see this kind of an AM peak. We have the morning peak, and we are kind of allocating the frequency based on whether it's AM peak or midday or midnight and so forth. But do we really think that 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. are really all the same? Do we feel that if we'll do, let's say, 3 trips every hour, and I'll just give a very classic example to say we'll have every 20 minutes, we'll have a bus going in route number 4. And let's say we'll do 1 in 6 and 6:20 and 6:40 and 7 and so forth. Do we feel that this is the best approach? Maybe. A more suitable service for our community or for the people that we serve in the region that we operate is to have just one bus between 6 and 7, to have 4 buses between 7 and 8, and to change the allocation. Now, what would be the impact of that? Today, it's very difficult to understand. Without a tool, almost impossible. Would we like to change? Maybe, but we can not even know what will be the impact on cost and on people and on drivers. And at the end of the day, I think many of the answers for these questions are kind of still unknown. So maybe to the two questions that kind of I wanted to raise is one, How do we tell what is the best frequency? And number two is what are the drivers doing after serving the 9 a.m. demand? So a lot of times what we are seeing is there is a morning peak of a lot of activities, what we call PVR. So the peak vehicle requirement is dramatically loud, but on the contrary, in midday, you have drivers who are just waiting. So do we have a split shift, or how do we manage the allocation of resources in a better way? I'll go to one last maybe example, and then maybe Harry will open maybe to questions if anyone has. So essentially, in the example that I gave, with a tool and with technology is definitely feasible. So today it's very, it's possible and it's feasible to understand and to forecast demand by area and by segment, to auto-generate and to suggest optimal patterns and stop. From a timetable, and by the way, all the print screen that you are seeing, it's photos of our system that is already being, as I mentioned, deployed in almost 500 cities. So again, in terms of the timetable optimization, how can I do what-if scenarios? Do I want to do what-if scenarios? How can I understand the different running time or the different travel time between 2 points? Because as I mentioned earlier, well, in Monday morning, going from point A to B will definitely take me 35 minutes. But on a Friday night, it might take even 15. How do I know if my running time and my calculation are really accurate? Do I even do those type of calculation right now to look at what will be the difference between the travel time between 2 stops on a Monday morning, on a Friday night, on a Saturday morning? What's the difference, if at all, between holidays and school year? So a lot of things to kind of have to think about. And obviously, and this probably goes without saying, the scheduling and the allocation of resources is definitely the #1 priority when you look to improve things. First of all, the ability to really to create your own rules and to reflect all your business environment in a system that can really help you evaluate and compare different scenarios. Compliance with regulation is obviously interesting. And by the way, this goes both ways. Agencies who are trying to validate whether the operators are kind of complying with the regulation, but also operators that would like to comply with regulation and don't want to do those manual work over and over again. So obviously the system can give automatically those type of suggestions. So I'll say, and maybe this will be the last slide, and Harry, then I'll pass it to you. My recommendation for you all, and this is maybe, if I would like one thing that you can take from this presentation, is to remember the chihuahuas and remember the muffins. And next time that you are counting something or doing something manual, ask yourself, is that the best approach that I can take? Is there technology that can really help me? Am I working in operational silos? Do I have different teams that are not integrated at all, and each of them are looking at a different data set, or not even maybe looking at data and working manually on their fields? Do I have the visibility that I would like to have into my operation? Do I really understand the impact of the decision that I make on the operation, on cost, on the drivers that serves my community? So I think, remember the chihuahuas, and that's it. This is my email, and feel free right now in the chat or later to send me messages if you'd like to speak more, and we can maybe stop counting muffins and chihuahuas together. So thank you.
Thank you, Omar. This was exciting. Ladies and gents, here there's the contact details and excellent technology. Thank you, Omar and Uri, for sharing Optibus with us. And yeah, the website also is optibus.com. So we're looking forward to engaging with you. Omar, you're going to be available for a panel discussion just now?
Yeah, I'm available, obviously.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. Looking forward to that. Thank you, Omar. All right, ladies and gents, we're continuing with our event. We're going for this first half, going to do our last presentation for the first half of the event. So our next presenter then is Lisette Hollander. She is the manager for continuing education programs, Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management at the University of Johannesburg. And she's going to talk about digital transformation of continuing education programs in the UJ Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. Thank you very much, Lizette. Lizette, if you can unmute. Just go to display settings and you can say duplicate slideshow.
Can you hear me, Harry?
I can hear you, Lizette. Thank you.
And can you see my screen?
Yes, but we're seeing the presenters' slides. So if you can go to display settings at the top of your screen, if you click there and you say duplicate slideshow. Excellent. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. Sawubona, dumelang, goeiemorgen, good morning, the languages that we speak at the University of Johannesburg. I'm inviting you to join me on a journey of digital transformation of the continuing education programs in the University of Johannesburg in the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management. I am Lizette Hollander and I'm the manager of the CEPs, as Harry said. We call the continuing education program CEPs. So if that's all right with you, that's the term that I will use. And because of the strong industry focus of the CEPs, I welcome the opportunity to share with you, our stakeholders, the 4IR activities that we engage in and also to demonstrate how it was accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic and then possible a little idea of where we will be moving in future. The University of Johannesburg defines continuing education programs in the academic regulations as follows. It's approved short learning programs or approved whole programs where the latter is accredited by the Higher Education Quality Committee in South Africa and also registered by the South African Qualification Authority. These programs receive no state funding and upon successful completion will lead to the awarding of a qualification in the case of a whole program. It's important to note that the CEPs at the University of Johannesburg are governed in the same way as the full-time programs. These programs offer a great teaching and learning experience, transporting graduates into the future. A little bit of background. Since the introduction of the CEPs in 1980, more than 60,000 students have enrolled for a range of programs that we offer. The programs focus on transport and logistics management and cover the functional areas of management in their specific fields. The programs are characterized by a high level of industry input. Industry specialists and academics and lecturers are our lecturers. Industry representatives' inputs in our curriculum design and also in the content that we present. The result is a diverse range of programs focused on the need of the transport and supply chain industries in South Africa. The CEPs enable students from diverse education backgrounds to specialize in transport and logistics management, and we also make provision for working students. The programs are tailored to give students a strong theoretical foundation, but also applied skills, enabling successful students of all ages, groups, and backgrounds to acquire highly regarded qualifications in transport and logistics management. I want to illustrate our articulation of programs to you. What you see on the screen, the purple parts is what we present as continuing education programs in our department. So a student can come in with a grade 12, which is a matric, a grade 12 certificate, with admission to a higher certificate. If they have admission to a higher certificate, we take them to a bridging program on NQF 5, and by doing so, stretch their diploma training that they will undergo over a time of 4 years in total. If they have a grade 12 certificate with admission to a diploma or a bachelor's degree, they can move directly into our diploma in transportation management, our diploma in road freight, transport management, freight, or passengers. We've got 2 specializations there, as well as the diploma in logistics management, which we also present as an online diploma in logistics management. Students then can articulate to the white blocks, which is our full-time programs at the University of Johannesburg, where we have advanced diplomas, so advanced diploma in logistics as well as transportation management. That replaces the previously known BTech qualification. We also have in the purple block both of these advanced diplomas as fully online programs, which enable working people to move forward. Should the students not meet the admission requirements and selection procedures for these programs, we present a high-level bridging program on NQF level 6 to make sure that the students can then articulate should they be academic deserving. It also enables students from other disciplines, a marketing or a human resource management, who want to apply for the advanced diploma because they are specialized qualifications to be able to transfer and to move into the advanced diploma programs. And from there, obviously, their academic career can continue. Most of our students stop with the diploma programs because they are working individuals. In line with the strategic objectives of the University of Johannesburg, we as department took the decision, the strategic decision to reposition and differentiate the department in the 4th Industrial Revolution, with redesigning our programs, our modules, and our learning material. And we've done this for a few years now. We currently offer 3 fully online programs where students never come on campus, 3-year diploma in logistics management, advanced diploma in logistics management, and advanced diploma in transportation management. We also incorporated simulation elements and gamifications in our advanced diploma and honors program specifically. Furthermore, we are working on Blackboard as our learning platform, and there are existing electronic workflow cycles for academic and administrative processes. For instance, our applications are online, our registrations happen online, governing marks, approval cycle for marks, HR, finance, all those kind of things happens online. at the University of Johannesburg. Then the pandemic hit South Africa and worldwide. And we were challenged as a university to respond to the challenges and the risks involved after the president's announcement on measures to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. We had to focus on technology to enable the CEPs to complete the academic year 2020 and to maintain good governance and operations. Our focus was on teamwork and communication. That's important in the environment in which we work. Our institutional governance worked with circulars, guidelines, toolkits, how to do, because much of our operations was not online. And for instance, we have a campus with people coming into work every day. So there were practical and technical arrangements for staff to work from home, and they needed to know how to, and we had to ensure that they were able to connect to certain platforms to do so. In helping with this, Blackboard learning management system, because that's what we had to do to present our programs, the Academic Development Center at UJ and the Center for Academic Technologies really came to the party. Our lecturers needed to know how to work on Blackboard and Blackboard only, because up till the pandemic, we used it as a parallel system. Students needed to know how to do the learning off campus, not meeting in groups for discussions and those kind of things, and how you can do that online. And we also had developed an SOS system for the students to provide support on online success in a quick way. So all we had to what we needed to know, and was created various help desks, and our registrar assisted greatly with the governance, because for us in academic world, everything that you do needs to be accounted for, and it's a much audited process. So for us as CEPs, the impact was immediate. On 16 March 2020, when it was decided that UJ will suspend contact classes, our team were already in Durban, because we represent the continuing education programs in Durban, in Cape Town, and in Johannesburg. So our study schools were there, meaning that the lecturers were there, that we booked venues, and our students arrived in Durban for the classes. They had to turn around, and we had to rework our whole way of presenting the classes. So, excuse me. So what we did is we replaced our classes with recordings and slides. It didn't just happen. Our lecturers had to be trained. Those who were on board with the online development of the online programs found it easier. Our industry specialists found it particularly hard, because at the same time they were trying to save their own businesses, and now they also had to relearn how to work with the CEPs. Our students had to submit their assignments online. We only had pilot projects for third years up till before the pandemic. Our staff had to mark online, and then obviously we had to rework all the marks and things, everything online. We had online systems, but not really in the same extent that we needed it then. So our assessments was a particular big problem. We had to change the format of our papers. So because our students still wrote sit-down exams, so we had to change the format. We had to consider the working hours for our students. The times that we schedule the assessments was important, and we also had to consider the power failure situation in South Africa. So it was planning and thinking through the teams that became part of our lives at the University of Johannesburg. We had to redo, redesign, and also work with our students during those processes. Particularly sad for us were that we had to convert our graduations to online graduations, which we took with mixed feelings, because for us, the diploma students, and specifically the cohort of students that we work with, it's normally a first graduation in a family. So to do that virtually was really difficult and caused a lot of unhappiness with our students. But we developed a selfie app, a chat consultant, a way to provide digital certificates and qualification verifications so that our students could at least move forward and find work up till the point that we could send them their hard copy documents. We experienced challenges in the process, staff competencies, training and retraining them, student competencies even more so, because of the student body that we accommodate specifically, and which is our clients. And then obviously data provision. To move online, students and staff needed data and they needed electronic devices. And they lived in an environment with a severe lockdown on level 5. So where they could normally access their Blackboard from work, it didn't always happen the same way. So with data provision, the service providers in South Africa really came to the party for higher education and assisted us with special agreements, and the university were able, and we're still doing so this year, to provide our registered students with 30 gig data per month, specifically to do their studies. The electronic devices, we had to make sure that whatever we do on Blackboard is also then compatible, so that students can access it from smartphones, because in a family, they normally also share electronic devices, which made the life of administrators quite difficult because students came alive from 11 to 2, 3 in the morning, and then obviously asked questions and communicated with us. So the impact of the pandemic on higher education and specifically the CEPs was that we were able to complete the academic year 2020. That was our goal. We presented, we're now presenting techno-enabled programs. We had to redesign our modules. And we plan to enhance our technological developments, mindful of student needs and the integrity of our assessments. In South Africa, the way that we work is the mode of delivery. When you accredit a program, you also accredit the mode of delivery. So for us to just change would mean new submissions and new accreditation statuses. So we do believe we're better prepared, definitely now in the second wave, which we're experiencing. And possible for moving into the third wave as well. We want to maintain the 2020 model now for 2021, just because of the situation that our country is in now with the second wave. But we do want to improve the identified elements, and which is specifically our graduations, and where students do want a personal touch. So we will definitely move back to on-stage graduations as soon as we can do that. And then students do want to see their lecturer's face. So we made recordings previously. This time around, we are moving now to a scenario where the lecturers will actually present online classes and where students can then interact. We're moving forward. Obviously, if I look at the presentations of the previous presenters at a slower pace, but that is the nature of the beast of higher education, with all kinds of approvals that you need to make the changes. So I want to thank you for joining us on the journey, marked by a high intensity of unlearning, learning, and relearning. In the end, for us, we had to take care of our staff and our students. We lost colleagues in the process, but we have moved forward with staff battling with the illness and not always able to work. We do believe that the products that we bring forward adds value because of the industry input, and therefore we want to thank our industry, which is you. Thank you, Harry, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Lizette. Surely a paradigm shift we're talking about here, not only for the lecturers, but for the students, for the admin staff, for the entire operations. It's incredible what you guys are doing. So thank you for sharing this, and I'm quite sure people would like to know more about this. So, ladies and gents, we're going to do the panel discussion now, and we would appreciate, there's Lizette's contact details on the screen. You can take a picture as well. But can we have kindly our panelists of this morning to switch on your cameras, unmute yourself so that I can bring you guys in, and then we can continue with the panel discussion. So people in the audience, you're welcome to start putting your questions in the chat room, or what you can do is go to the participants box, and then you will you can raise your hand there so that I can recognize you from the participants box. I'm quite sure there should be questions. Let's just have a look here. So a lot of people are complimenting you of the interesting presentations, even though we haven't got questions yet. Completely stunned the audience. Where's my friend Andrew Barker? He usually opens up. Rian, thank you. You can unmute and ask your question.
Thank you very much, Harry. First, I just want to thank you and everybody for this very informative and interesting presentation this morning. I have a question to Thomas Snyman. Your presentation, first of all, thank you. That was quite impressive, as Harry also said. It's quite huge that we're talking about that. When will these things be implemented at the airports, for instance? And will they be linked internationally with other airports? Because you've mentioned there a lot of things on the tickets, the movement, baggage, etc., etc. And I'm just thinking now, in terms of international travel, how will that link into the other airports? Will it link, and will it communicate with other airports?
Thank you, Riaan. Let's have Andrew Barker also asking his question, and then we can give the panel opportunity to respond. Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Harry. I did post a question at the beginning, and then Tommy came in and really answered it. But I think 4IR is here. And if we're talking about planning and development and where we're going, I think it's important that we start to get a feel of 5IR. What is it? And my understanding is it has a greater human and environmental focus, whereas the 4IR was a lot more digital, hard and soft, hard and cold. And I'd be interested to hear what the panelists feel on that. Tommy obviously addressed it in a big way, but I think it's something that we do need, as Tommy said, we do need a session on it perhaps. And I'd be interested to hear what the others think. Some great presentations this morning. Again, thanks very much to everyone.
Thank you, Andrew. Indeed, 5R, very interesting. All right, let's have Tommy responding to the first question.
Riaan, I think most important thing is that each airport, and we know that AXA is running most of the airports in South Africa, and it all depends on what type of money they have available to implement a smart airport. And it's also a collaboration between the airlines. Now, if you look at Dubai and you look at some of the international airports where they've implemented the smart airport, then it's all driven by the aviation side, supported by the airport instance. And I think if you look at our environment and we're looking at most of the SAA and all the local aviation companies, I'm not sure if we are ready to move to that next level. I think we're lagging behind. And unfortunately, I don't have the latest information on what the status is for the smart airport. I remember in 2018, and Prof. Jackie was there as well, we presented to the aviation industry on how this should look like. And everybody was saying, yes, we're moving. But I'm not sure if we're ready to move to that next level. I think that's very important to understand. And maybe we should take each of these areas in a separate presentation, because I just touched on the high level on smart aviation. So there's a lot of more information that we can delve into. And then we can maybe ask some people from AXA and from the aviation industry to participate and to see what is the readiness to move that to the next level. And I think it's all about different stages. You cannot go and implement a smart airport in one instance. You have to first establish the IOC, and then you have to have your database and your back office ready, and then you have to start implementing certain components of it. So my answer, unfortunately, I cannot tell you at what level is AXA at this stage. I know, for instance, that the airport outside Pretoria is a little bit far more advanced because it's a private airport. And so we need to maybe have a separate discussion on it.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate it. Yeah, interesting. Just to mention, the 1st of April, we're talking about Express Logistics, and Fundi Sitebe, who's the COO of AXA, yesterday also committed to present at that event. So we can they definitely also talk to her and ask her some questions about, the wider picture of what's happening at AXA. But thank you, Tommy, for that, and thank you, Riaan, for the question. All right, so Andrew asked a question regarding the 5th Industrial Revolution and the impact. Maybe some of the panelists would like to respond on that.
If I can respond to that, I think, Harry, we're still in the very early stages of looking at what is IR5. And I think when we looked at, or we even in IR4, we're doing certain things on IR4 already. We need to make sure, and I think OMA needs to help on this, because I think if you look at the AI component and the planning and scheduling component of Optibus, maybe they could be the first to actually look at IR5 because it's all about personalization, taking information. That will help quite a lot.
Thank you, Tommy. Omar, before you talk, I see there's a question also in the chat room. They're asking, how can Optibus be applied to the South African minibus taxi industry? So maybe if you want to respond on that one as well. Just unmute.
Sure. Yeah, I mute myself. Thank you. So the short answer is yes, we can definitely apply this. Optibus as a company, by the way, just to say, so we work with the mass transport industry as a whole. We work with kind of a public transportation in the most kind of a classic way, agencies, operators, but also we do shuttle operation. We work with universities. We work with airports. We work with corporate shuttles. So just interesting example, we work with mining companies in different locations. We work with some, again, in the Bay Area and San Francisco, they have employee shuttles. So we work with Facebook and Apple and other that has a mini city of their own that they transport employees from one place to the other. I will say that the kind of the core thing about Optibus is that we are planning and scheduling and operation, everything that relates to fixed route operation. Now, the taxi industry, and I understand there are different nuances, but I think that if the operation and if parts of the operation is a fixed route and it's run by a predefined plan, so there's a lot that we can help with. If this is kind of an on-demand service, this is not what we do. I will say that we're not, and that's perfectly fine. There are a lot of companies that can do on-demand optimization. This is not what we're trying to do. And I think that what we are trying to do is kind of to help the core challenges of organizations who run those fixed route operations. So for example, we kind of mentioned this earlier, mismatch between supply and demand. Well, I'm offering a service, but it's not really serving the people that I need to serve because half of the time the buses are empty. Or for example, what kind of a mismatch do I have between the plan and the actual operation? Well, we know for a fact that in many cases you have a really good plan, but reality is different. And kind of when you come to deploy those kind of operational plans into the service, you're kind of seeing that it changes. So how can I learn from what really happens and really to kind of have a data that will fit into my initial planning? So maybe the short answer, and I hope it's okay, that we serve everyone who do fixed route. We just actually started, I'm not sure if we can even share this right now, but I'll say that we just started kind of a operation in South Africa. And I'm not sure, again, if maybe Udi mentioned this earlier, but last week we actually raised or announced a new funding round of $107 million, kind of additional funding for the company. And I think part of our kind of expansion and growth will be to have a substantial kind of a team in place for South Africa. So I think that I hope that we'll know more, and hopefully after kind of a travel restriction will be over, we can actually visit. And so I definitely look forward to that. Absolutely.
Elmo, while we have you, I see Matthias Hanshin and Matthias, good seeing your name again. Welcome to the forum. He's asking, flexible planning is mostly done and successfully done in informal public transport. Can Optibus make formal transport as flexible, and what about the rail with the big vehicles?
Yeah, so maybe I'll start from the end. Yeah, we do what we call formal transport. I think that I kind of gave, I don't want to say extreme examples, but I gave kind of a few examples to think about what technology could do. I think the purpose of the session that I kind of presented earlier is just to see what kind of the capabilities that are available today. I will say that on a practical level, a lot of operators, including in South Africa, are looking for some flexibility and looking just to have visibility into what's happening in their operation. They are looking to be able to adjust if needed. They are looking to verify that they're compliant with regulation and really to understand what's happening. So it's not about just changing the route. It could be, the focus could kind of be a lot about kind of the scheduling and how you do assignment and the operation side. Definitely there is no again, it's kind of, it's one platform. It has different kind of modules within, but you definitely don't need to adjust the routes. And I understand it, and I will say that it should help you kind of explore different options, but it's not focused on route adjustment. So kind of in terms of, yes, this is about formal transport, and kind of, as I mentioned in the slide earlier, we work from Sao Paulo in Brazil to Los Angeles, Washington, DC, Munich, London. So a lot of kind of a very formal transport in a very classic way. In terms of rail, we do light rail, we do trams, we don't do heavy rails. I think the reason is just because we kind of decided to use and to help the industry with their kind of specific needs. So maybe just to say, for an example, in other places, let's say in Europe, now the transition to zero emission vehicles or to electric vehicles is really a big part of the challenge of making or building back better. And I think that this is kind of a specific challenge for the bus industry. And we decided that instead of kind of going to different, industries, and every now and then we get this kind of a logistic company approach us, can we help? And I think we made a decision that we are really trying to reshape and help change the bus industry and the transport industry as a whole. So kind of we are building different things that are more related to that.
Thank you, Omar. Yeah, I'll note in the chat room, guys, Michael Hart shared a nice link to a video there that you can have a look also at that. Right, and there's a nice comment in the chat room. I would like to ask something here, and maybe Lizette also can come in. Lizette, you're talking about, the students also need to be technology enabled to partake. And I'm also thinking in the same breath, I'm thinking about the readiness of our cities for 5IR, for example, and 4IR. But, how big was that impact? The paradigm shift of getting the students, for example, to become technology enabled to partake in these programs. How easy do you guys find it?
Thank you, Harry. It was definitely a problem, specifically when we had the hard lockdown, lockdown 5, where students couldn't leave their homes. A lot of our students didn't have the Wi-Fi and those kind of requirements at home. So what we had to do, we were very lenient with assessment submission dates, and we only started to expect submissions of work once we were in lockdown 2, where students could start to move around and to go to internet cafes or back to work, or visit family and friends with the correct networks. The data provision really helped. So we're very grateful for that arrangement. And because we work with 3,000 students in the CEPs alone. So because of that, we have to take decisions very early. And at this stage, we have taken the decision to use the same model in 2020. So we are providing the data again. Devices is really problematic, and then obviously where students have to go to be able to use the data is also problematic. Now that we are on lockdown 1, we allow them to come onto campus. We are still in a registration and an application process up till the 26th of March. So we do help where we can. And students also help one another. And I must say the workplace environments are really, really supporting the students they have, because they also normally sponsor the students. And so that they are very helpful and accommodating, but it's a huge problem. In the country that we are, it's just, you can move as fast as the systems and the structures allow you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lizette. Yeah, I'm thinking of, we're talking 4th versus 5th industrial revolution, and obviously our cities and the infrastructure need to be in place, to support, enable this, and bandwidth, and so it's always an interesting thing to think about, how we're going to, and when are we going to be able to do what, and what we can look forward to, and how should our planners in the cities, adapt to this and integrate the systems and so on, and where should they invest, and to what level should private sector, invest into this system to make all of this, possible. And definitely, as Andrew and Tommy and them said, we need a separate session on 5IR, definitely, just to discuss that. But I'm going to ask our panelists for closing remarks. And I think, let's take Tommy, and then we can take Michael, and then we can take Omar, and then we can take Lizette. If you guys can give us closing remarks for the mornings or the first portion of this event, and maybe touch on the readiness of our world in going this way. So we can start with Tommy. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Yeah, I think there's still a lot of water that needs to run into the sea before we can get to IR5. But I think we are fighting the fight to move from IR3 to IR4, and to see the benefits that we can get in the transport industry if we fully deploy IR4. From our perspective is that, and the question arises as well, but how far are we with certain rollouts and implementation of projects? And it comes back to two components. And the one component is how many funds are available for that implementation and to move to the next level. And then the other one is the willingness. And if I categorize willingness, and there's a lot of projects that's controlled by government, then I would see the political and administrative willingness to participate in projects. Therefore, it's important that we need to engage everybody in the industry to move forward. And thank you once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Tommy. Well said. Thank you so much. Let's go to Omar.
Yeah, I'll say it was a great pleasure being here this morning. I think that for me at least, we are seeing a change, obviously a gradual change that is happening about how we perceive technology and how we use technology in different elements. I think today kind of we saw from different sides of the industry, right, how technology could be kind of deployed and what could be the impact of that. I think my closing remarks, just to say that I encourage each one of you to think about kind of again, I'll go back to the chihuahuas and the muffins and say, how do you feel that you're counting muffins, or do you feel there's technology that could help? I will say that today there are a lot of types of technologies, by the way, and that's, I think, a great news for everyone. And I hope that we all as an industry will use more technology in the next couple of years, and we'll remember that this is really an evolution, definitely not a revolution, but you need to start somewhere. And I think that today, again, different elements that we spoke about are definitely things that could be interesting and could make an impact. That's it. So thank you, Harry, for organizing this, and thank you everyone for listening. That's it.
Thank you, Omar. Yeah, I don't know if I should say more chihuahuas or more muffins, but definitely know what's out there. Thank you, Omar. Really appreciate your time. Michael.
Harry, thanks. Hopefully it's muffin time and coffee very shortly. From my perspective, we're very excited about the benefits that the technologies referred to can bring, but we're also extremely cognizant of the readiness of the communities that we serve to receive those benefits. Our focus should be, an example was being that households share computers, don't have Wi-Fi, struggle to get online. A lot of the routes that operate in South Africa take hours to complete and are so very different to those in Europe and other parts of the world. So our focus should be to reap maximum benefit for the most people who are in most need of the improvements that that technology enables us to deliver. It's exciting that the Optibus solution can help reduce operational costs and improve efficiency. The comms from Huawei can help keep buses online and keep trains and taxis online and trackable. But the challenge that we face is to harness that technology and that capability to deliver real benefits to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Indeed. Thank you very much for your time today as well. We really appreciate your support and knowledge sharing. All right, let's go to Lizette.
Thank you, colleagues. From my side, I do want to say that the pandemic reality changed a lot, that as a higher education institution, we really want to deliver a good product to our students, and we should be mindful not to move faster than they can move with us. So we are very mindful of our student needs and also our staff needs. But saying that, we depend on our industry to assist us, and therefore I really want to pay tribute to the transport and logistics industry for supporting us since 1980 to get the programs going, to make sure our programs are relevant. Prof. Jackie Walters, our previous head of department, who now retired, he's still assisting us. We're busy reviewing our programs, making sure all the new technology elements are included. We reviewed our road transport programs in 2019. We, during lockdown, reviewed the transportation management program, and we are in the process this year to review the logistics program, and with all of the reviews, the quality aspects and the renewals that are possible for us are worked into our programs to make sure that we deliver for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lizette. Well said. Thank you so much for your support as well. Ladies and gents, let's give a hand to this wonderful panel. It was a great time spending with you and great presentations. Thank you so much. Hopefully you can stay online and maybe join the second panel discussion a little bit later on again. It would be great to have you with us. Let's take a break. We will see each other again at about 11:45. I'll put a timer, a clock on the screen, and so go and grab that muffin and a cup of coffee, and we'll see you just now. Thank you very much.
Harry, I just want to just check if my video starts properly. Did you block me?
I haven't. Is it Greg?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you have, I'm trying to share mine, but I don't know if it's setting on your side or not.
No, there's no blockage from my side. Did you see? I don't know of.
I'm just going to then just restart this if you don't mind, Harry. I'll come back on.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. You can take up your seats, take up your stations. We will start soon. Second portion of the event. We're still talking public transport and the fourth industrial revolution. And we are going to listen to Greg Jones just now. So I'm just setting up the slide as well. All right, so Greg Jones just now is going to talk about the case study and lessons learned from the agricultural industry. Then we're going to have the guys from Where Is My Transport. They're going to talk about efficient data production in emerging markets and the value for transport and logistics. It's Sebastian and Johnny. And then we're going to have Professor Rose Luke and Dr. Josh Mageto from University of Johannesburg is going to talk about transport for Johannesburg, formalizing the taxi industry, mobility as a service. So interesting 3 presentations, and then obviously we'll have a panel discussion, and hopefully a lot of our panelists, including those of the morning, can join in again, and we can nicely close this event this afternoon with a great panel discussion again. So we're just giving Greg opportunity to see whether he can share his screen, and then we will have Greg. He's a strategic solutions architect from 4IR Smart, and he's going to talk about case study and lessons learned from the agricultural industry.
Thank you, Harry. You all good, Harry?
Greg. Yeah, excellent. You can proceed. Thanks, Greg.
Just my face is not, unfortunately, showing. The camera is not decided to play funny.
Okay,
everybody.
That.
Thanks for the opportunity, Harry. It's obviously not transport, but I think it gives us a good opportunity to focus on the use cases that are applied to. And in this case, we're going to be I'm going to go through it slightly differently. I'm going to present the context of the problems we're dealing with, which I think fits nicely in terms of the background the previous speakers have given us in terms of what 4IR Smart's about. The question is, what are we going to do with it, and what problems that it's solving? And they're quite significant, and they're quite extensive. So we have come at this from where I worked with Harry 14 years ago. In fact, from where the Transport Forum originated, when we were working with Aravia.com, taking options like, or entities like Transnet, and dealing with building out those complex multidisciplinary type solutions. So when we talk about 4IR Smart sensor-based technologies, we're just extending that discipline down one level further. In Whatsome Agriculture, why we started here, I can start my video. I don't know why it's asking a question, Harry. In agriculture, the complexity of these supply chains is significant. It involves a lot of very different types of stakeholders, role players, everybody involved from producing produce all the way through to the end consumer, and the financing that happens in between and everything else. So it creates an environment with many challenges.
what is essential within this is the concepts of essentially identification, tracking, monitoring, and managing, which is probably no different to what we've been discussing now in the previous presentations. It's just that we're taken into a very staid, very traditionally fragmented industry, which has a dispersed lack of information, which then creates inefficiencies, and it prohibits the kind of ability to do quality controls and apply the interventions that are required. So what you're demonstrating on the right-hand side, this is broad scoping of the kind of the challenges we're dealing with. When we look broad scale in terms of the solutions we're looking to enable, I just want to make sure I can advance this thing properly. Sorry. We're looking to we take those what are typically fragmented problems and bring them all together into what you see at the end there referred to as ag tech, where we're leveraging the latest technologies and gathering the data throughout the supply chain to do identification, to apply to something that's referred to as identification and tracing challenge. And it's been spoken about in this industry for a while, where we created a centralized database for intelligent processing of large volumes of information. So this challenge of what they're broadly referred to as livestock identification, tracking, and tracing is a challenge that's existed, and we're now looking to kind of put that together for the first time and be able to put the operational services behind it to make this work. So what you're doing through that is then looking to reduce the complexity, provide usable data, and the platform is going to give us one starting point. We also need to kind of be able to create an environment, an ecosystem, which we've lovingly referred to as a sustainable agricultural value chain, allows the multiple the entities that participate in these value chains to work together, where we're able to facilitate this program planning, the contracting, the risk mitigations, and the support. So in broad terms, the kind of solution we're looking to deliver here is what we liberally today call ag tech, applying digitization to agriculture to support the radical shifts that needed to retool the food systems. So the challenges we're dealing with are big. They have been able to address and optimize these food systems. The challenges we're dealing with is the need for a holistic approach across not only the South African agricultural industry, but wider in the continent. The immediate focus is obviously just within South Africa itself. There are silos in the value chains that create these inefficiencies. So that's why we start dealing with the terms of value chain and how do we go and support that. There is a need to go and put in place a national framework for identification and traceability of agricultural produce. It does exist in certain sectors, in niche sectors, but we need to kind of have a centralized operation that will support this identification and traceability. We need technology platforms, innovations, and solutions. I think like we've been discussing in the previous presentations, even in agriculture do exist. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but what we do need is to be able to integrate them to support the broad industry objectives. We talk on risks. They can be food risks. They can be things like disease management or stock theft, for example, where we're going to touch on livestock. Or that can be typically like we're dealing with at the moment in InsurTech play is understanding those risks. And we have to have a holistic way to be able to do that. We have to take the funding that's been applied at the moment, and I'll use, there was one comment made at the end of the last session, which said we need to be inclusive. So some of that funding is also applied philanthropic, enterprise supply development type funding to developing the emerging markets. All of that needs to be intelligently directed and applied according to a plan. And we need the data to be able to measure and manage those operations to make sure they're effective. So what we're putting together when we use this term, this initiative called Sustainable Agricultural Value Chain, that we refer to now as SAVIC, is to create this holistic and collaborative ecosystem, which then harnesses the existing agricultural practices and economic activities. It brings as I said, the funding that's available and new funding as well, and the risk management strategies. Essentially, we need to then frame it against a set of protocols, which then underpin the legislation and the best practices, and where we utilize the leading edge for our technologies, which we denote today, the platforms and specifically the practices, to be able to create this thing called integrated agricultural management. And you'll see it deals with all of the kind of wide things around things like soil management, fertility, crop health, so on and so forth. We'll touch on that as we go through this. this just gives us a visualization of what value chains we're talking about. So we take from the top end, and I just wanted to touch on the sustainable livestock value chain because that's kind of pretty much at the heart of any African operation and deals with everything from the farm management, what we refer to as the regenerative and sustainable agricultural practices that need to take place to ensure that those production systems are effective, efficient, and they are sustainable into the future. And they equally are inclusive in terms of both the commercial farming as well as the small scale and the cooperative farming. Animal husbandry, the whole practices around being able to grow an animal to the point that we can actually take it to the point that it needs to be processed. In one of the value chains we've been working with is dealing with a grass-fed protocol, which changes the dynamic slightly from a feeder farm, from feed lots to feed farm systems, through the processing, the retailing, the consumer. So there are systems that exist across these. What we need to be able to do is integrate across these. Equally applies to in areas like crops as well, for example. And this just gives us a visualization of the challenges that we're looking to deal with when we talk about these contextualized use cases we're talking about in this agricultural space. So we're going to touch on just the livestock, and I'll just give you an idea where this started, because we can talk about one use case. So we were started at dealing with disease control. It had been staring the industry down for quite a long time. We were working with what was previously referred to as the Meat Board, which now was the Red Meat Industry Forum, representing 13 forums across the value chain. And they were preempting and agitating that we need this livestock identification and traceability needed to be put into place, because if a foot and mouth disease outbreak happened, and it's like just fortuitously, just like COVID, it would cost the industry at least 6.5 billion as a direct hit. So the size of the problem is significant. But in dealing with that, you can't deal with disease control without dealing with the concept of tracking, because we need to be able to take animals move, and we need to know where they are and have information about the animal itself. Within doing that, we then will take on the challenges of doing tracing, which is then, once we know where they are, we need to be able to trace where are they relevant to a business case, and where are they supposed to be, and what happens if they're not there. Those equally form the basis of things like our new production systems, because if we can now track them, we're identifying them, we're able to start assetizing those animals and identifying how they fit into a production system and make those production systems efficient. So you start to get an idea of the different kind of use cases that start to take place now, because we deal with the challenge now practically on sustainability as a challenge, dealing with food with integrity, because we're able to put the controls in place. How do we do our compliances in terms of not just compliance to legislation, but also compliance to these protocols, and compliance, in fact, to a much wider set of objectives like economic supply development. What's important in that is to see that there are various kind of stakeholders up and across these value chains. This is just indicative that would need this kind of information, but they would need it in their own context. So if I go into the next slide, just to visualize what we talk about that, though there is a farmer, he participates in a production system. There are agents involved. There are funders or investors that get involved in funding these operations. There are insurance players, insurtech players that are currently looking to understand the risks into these environments. There's the processing facilities. There's entities like ourselves who will kind of service these operations, and the end consumer who are getting more and more concerned about the kind of food that they're dealing with, and obviously the markets that service that. They all need an aspect of this kind of information, from the alerting, what we refer to as a smart alerting, because that's what 4R allows us to do, monitoring that environment, tracking in the various different ways, tracing. We can now create the words and the visibility from, we deliberately talk about it from farm to fork, and inheriting all the different obligations relevant to that tracing, not only just in terms of quality and efficiency, but also in terms of the actual farming operation. Is it a sustainable farming operation? And equally the tracing relevant to the funding, making sure that the funding is going to the right places. The performance, right the way through the value chain, what we do, we referred to previously as the AI, components. This is the intelligences around knowing what information we need, what we need to apply to what, to be able to provide these information requirements. Obviously, the health components, the nutrition components are key components. Finally, being able to track the husbandry aspects, that what is supposed to take place in the protocols is taking place, and be able to plan for that. So the platform that we understood right from the beginning that we needed to start putting down, we had started to play with an aspect of this in, for example, the eNaTIS operation, where we're doing the monitoring of vehicles and road users. It gave us a kind of a natural DNA to, and from a service management perspective, to understand what is it that we need to put in place to be able to underpin and architect this kind of approach to be able to support these multiple value chains in the agricultural space. Each three words being important: the identification, the tracking, and the tracing. It allows us to integrate in the concepts like the geotags, the information that comes from those operations, the actual practices themselves. Any of these aspects, we're managing from multiple different sources and bringing them together into one centralized environment, where we leverage the existing technologies. So there are existing applications and systems that exist, and where they don't exist, we are complementing those to be able to provide this holistic value chain approach. So the platform we're looking at is putting in place a low-code development platform. There's lots of things hidden to those words, but it's a way we're able to prototype, to wireframe the candidate solutions today, and be able to render them quickly. So this is just depicting it architecturally of us integrating into giving an idea of the kind of data sources that we need to tap into, from anything from the device-centric operations to any customer experience operations, the monitoring reporting that currently exists, but like I think what Mike was referring to in the first presentation, bringing that back into a data orchestration layer where we apply rules, and we can actually now render that out through one design into multiple kind of interfaces, whether web interfaces, mobile devices, iPads, and the rest. So it's also, there's another way of looking at it, because those inputs can be automated, or they can actually be manually input. But we ended up with the same orchestration interfacing. What's critical to do is this, then the practice component is how do you take and administer this relevant to the various business cases. So when you talk about those business cases, this is what we're referring to: putting in place the engine, but then also he has an idea of the kind of precision agricultural spaces we are working into, using drone operations, for example, which give us much more precise views in terms of what is the specific areas that need to be focused on. We can also go to satellite imagery as well, which is where it is currently. Also using the same kind of example drone technology to do focused precision crop spraying and the integration of these operations. The tagging is one of the key components, is where there's an overlap from what we've been doing in logistics. How do we take that that we do the tracking of an animal, and how do we condense it down to a small enough device to be able to support that can stay out in the field long enough, typically up to 5 years, for example, enough battery power to be able to communicate back. And then once you're doing that, the question is, okay, how do we connect those rural environments, typically rural environments, back to a centralized NOC that we can actually, we can be sure that when we're seeing this cow every 10 minutes, that it is a managed communications. It's not working on the best effort. So putting those components behind it. And then I think critically creating that single experience center, which we refer to as a situational awareness, because you have visibility of what's happening on the ground through these operations relevant to the business cases, and being able to interface with the various stakeholders that we spoke about earlier to be able to deal with their specific questions, whether they're from financing, whether they're from specific farm operations, or any aspect thereof. The other component that is, Harry and I know each other from, is working in the solution center, putting the business cases together to develop these operations. So when you talk about situational awareness, this is what we're referring to here. It's a visualization map. It would be what sits in the NOC environment. It would be on the handhelds, it would be on the web-based application. It gives us a visibility dot on the map, as we call it, of what's actually, of where, for example, in livestock, where the animal is, some information about the animal itself, and then, which are not depicted on here, the geofencing component and the contextualization of that as to where is that animal supposed to be, and if it is in that area, what are we going to do about it? If it's not in that area, what are we going to do about it? If it's moving 60 k's an hour, what are we going to do about it? And then the insights and analytics is then, for example, dealing with things like the movement and interpreting that relevant to the business case. So what we put in, the entity behind this is, we called 4R Smart, and it's centered on providing the solutions for a particular industry, centered on providing core services that on a managed service basis that are made up of the central components, the development of the platforms, the networks that support those, the experience center, then complementing that with a wide range of complementary services to be able to live out the operational services. The solutioning component is where we craft where we go and focus on the business cases, look at the requirements, developing those out and to develop into specific solutions, integrate the multiple partners that need to participate, the financial modeling that takes place behind it, and the actual portfolio management to manage these out. I know what the key component is, which we're touching on earlier, is also looking at those economic development models that allow us to bring in the underdeveloped aspects of the communities we're dealing with. So that has got a specific focus. Then on the other side, we're dealing with the commercialization and how do we take those out? How do we brand it? So that's where the initiative like SAVIC fits, where we've got that brand and we kind of are developing out the business models relevant to that. So you can see the 4R Smart is servicing the agricultural space, but it's also got the correct DNA now to go and service the other industries. And it's still in its early stages. So I think the opportunity here was just to discuss, to show this and what we've been doing in agriculture and show what is available if we want to take it out into the other sectors. So that's what I have to say. Thanks, Harry.
Greg, excellent presentation. So interesting. Thank you so much for this. Will you share your contact details as well in the chat room, please?
I have it. I put it on the website, Harry. But we can.
Okay, there's the website. Great stuff.
Do that.
Greg, thank you. And I'm quite sure they're looking forward to talking to you in the panel discussion.
Thank you.
Try and get that camera working so that we can see your face in the panel discussion.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Greg. Really appreciate it. Yeah, you know, it makes me think, you know, so one of these days then most probably I'll have a drive in a taxi and I'll order, you know, a cup of coffee from my taxi and a drone will bring my coffee with sweetener because my sugar intake for the day was, you know, too high already. And then it most probably will inform my fridge that there's less milk necessary this evening because I already had my coffee or something like that, you know, and exciting stuff. But in any event, thank you, Greg. Ladies and gents, our next presenters will be Sebastian and Johnny from Where Is My Transport, and they're going to talk about efficient data production in emerging markets and the value for transport and logistics. Thank you. Where Is My Transport?
I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen, Harry?
Yes, you can continue. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, everybody. My name is Sebastian Genki. I'm joined by my colleague, Yanni. We're from Where's My Transport? We're a technology company based in London in the UK, but we've got operations globally. We're essentially a global team. And we'll be sharing a bit more about our data production and how this relates to our discussion that we're having today. And yeah, so I'll dive straight in. So in terms of the context of where we work and in the cities where we work, we focused on digitizing mobility networks in the emerging market. What we found is, and what we've seen actually surprisingly since we started this work, is that only about 15% or 10% of these networks are digitized, and there's visibility on that size of the network. The remaining 80 to 85% of the network, which is predominantly informal, is invisible. You generally can't see it. There's no information on these networks. And essentially what we do is we go into these cities, essentially majority of all cities, and we digitize these networks, often for the first time, and we represent these public transport networks, both formal and informal, on one view for the first time. I don't think I have to go into detail on what the context on the ground is, but we know that commuters and citizens in these parts of the world, obviously they face various challenges. They spend a large amount of their income on public transport. And they don't necessarily have they have very few options when it comes to traveling and choosing which mode of transport they want to use. We know that these modes of public transport are not necessarily owned by the state. There's no visibility on these networks. They don't behave the same way that your formal mode of transport would behave in. For example, a formal mode of transport would have a schedule that have a defined stop, and they'd operate in a way that's easy to understand, that's easy to integrate or easy to digitize. And they're oftentimes much larger. But we also know that these informal modes of public transport exist not because of some random reason, but they exist to meet actual needs of citizens and commuters on the ground, because obviously we know that our cities are rapidly urbanizing. People are moving to cities. There's a great demand for these services, and the state can't necessarily always meet those needs fast enough. So you get these informal operators that come into the system and provide a service that's much needed. But the challenge then is that there's very little visibility on how they operate, and then that creates challenges down the line where we now don't know how to create efficient public transport networks. So it's very difficult to create efficient public transport networks because we don't have the data to inform that planning and that organization. So what ultimately happens what the impact of this is on the commuter is their trips or the way that they travel is unpredictable. It's often unsafe and undignified. And with every new trip comes like a lot of new challenges. Serious challenges sometimes, challenges with safety, challenges with economic viability of using these services, because if you have no maps, if you have no schedules, it's very difficult to plan. It's very difficult to obviously, to plan your day and to live like a very organized life, traveling on these modes. But when we look, strange enough, when we look at the developed world, I mean, it's in a daily commute today without real-time information is unthinkable. You have drivers that tap into traffic data immediately, and they find out where the traffic jams are, and they avoid those traffic jams, and they create, or they have a better experience, or they provide a better service because they can travel more efficiently. Public transport users in these cities also have access to real-time information, and therefore they can travel through the network efficiently and plan their day accordingly. But less appreciated, though, is the fact that this data that we need to collect and that does not exist for these modes in our cities is not just essential for the actual journey. It's also essential for infrastructure planning. It's essential for research organizations. It's essential for banks, because banks use this information and these data sources to help improve cities. It's important for investors to understand to understand what the economic situation is in the particular cities where we're working in. So again, this data is valuable for various reasons, and we've obviously built the toolkits and the methodologies to map that. And businesses and organizations can benefit from that. And Yanni will share a bit more about how innovative mapping and data gathering technologies reveals these patterns and important insights for these stakeholders that need to make these important decisions with our data.
Apologies. Thank you, Seb. So I'm just going to explain a bit more in detail how we capture this data and how we've worked a little increasingly in automation to support this data capturing and moving us towards a more automated way of collecting this data. So the secret to digitizing these networks at scale for us is a combination of people, tools, and process. In terms of people, we have tried many different ways to reduce the number of people that are needed to actually collect these data. We've looked at hiring satellites to try and track minibuses using drones to understand vehicle movements. But at the end of the day, we've determined, and we've been validated by quite a few large mapping organizations, that there is no way to do this work but humans. Humans are required to sit on the vehicles unless you also have a GPS device inside the vehicle, whether that's through a driver, whether that's through the vehicle manufacturer. Those are the only three ways to capture the entire route shape of these vehicles. So from their origin then to their destination. In our case, while we are looking at potential partnerships with different tracking providers and drivers at scale, and the quickest way for us to digitize these networks is through working with a local team who have knowledge of the major routes, where the major hubs are, that enable us to establish the process of mapping these networks. The other part that really meets the people is the tools that we've developed. We found when we began this work that there's no openly available toolkit that really is geared and works in emerging markets to enable you to map a city's public transportation network. And so we developed that by ourselves. So once again, this is really a space where we actually really leverage the machine versus the human. So the product that we've developed to capture these networks, it's called Collector App. It's created to basically capture a city's public transportation network. It requires data only at 2 points. Number one, when you log in. Number two, when you actually upload the data to our validation and processing toolkit. And so again, what we're doing is we're adjusting the tools to the reality of the markets where we're working, where GPS signal is not always excellent, where cell phone signal, again, or data availability can sometimes drop midway through the collector mapping their route. And so the device actually captures all of the information offline while the data collectors are mapping these routes and capturing all of that information, such as the approximate frequencies, the fares, and the common stops. That data is then validated and processed by a team of data processors, part local in city and then part of our team in Cape Town. And I'll go through in a little bit later how we've also added some automation and using, again, some of those more fourth industrial revolution technologies to enable us to validate and process this data quickly. Here's to the next slide, Seb. So what does this look like in practice? So I think it's important to start with this image that you're seeing on the screen right now is operators who have public transportation data online in Gauteng. But I think it's important, again, to know when we're speaking about data that's online, that's not data that's ready to be used by operators, governments, businesses to identify prime retail locations. This is just schedules that may exist on a piece of paper on the internet. For example, if you go to Metrobus's website, you can see all of their routes, you can see their schedules, but it's not in a format that's ready to be used for analysis. It's in PDF sheets. And so that data requires further treatment before it can then be used for data analysis. But then when you look at the network that we call that's undigitized, so that in this case is a combination of the minibus taxi industry, it's a combination of the subsidized bus operators such as Putco. You can see that it's really the majority of the network. All of you are very familiar that the minibus taxi industry in Gauteng carries over 70% of public transportation passenger trips. And this up-to-date view, we believe, is the most up-to-date view that anyone has on the current operations of the public transportation network. And Sebastian, can you go to the next slide, please? The reason is because we've been maintaining this data. So when we started this work in the first about 30 cities where we mapped public transportation networks, we were doing one-off projects. For example, we were working with the World Bank to understand accessibility across 10 African cities. They needed that data for a single purpose. But what we've learned through this work is that the networks are actually dynamic. And short of actually having trackers on the vehicles, or again, having drivers plugged into some sort of system where they're providing data to a third party, we've realized that it's critical for our clients and people who are using this public transportation data to make decisions, whether that's re-optimizing and integrating a formal or feeder bus service for a BRT network, understanding job accessibility, doing reviews to understand infrastructure feasibility. All of these require up-to-date data because people are making million-dollar decisions, and that data that they're using needs to be sound. And so we've actually been maintaining data now in the markets where we work, so that our clients now, in a typical mapping project, it's normally about 3 months from contract signing to delivery. But once again, through this introduction of new technologies, we've been able to actually start maintaining this data so that the clients now they can just say, I'd like the data set for Gauteng, and we're ready to send it right away because that network is being maintained. And so what are some of the technologies that we use to process, validate these data to ensure that it's kept up to date? So one of the first areas is around what we call stop clustering. So once again, many of the hubs where these minibuses depart from are what you could call informal. So there are some which are more formalized, such as Metromall taxi rank in central Johannesburg, but there are other taxi ranks, especially on the periphery inside the province of Gauteng, that may just be like a large dirt field, for example. And so because there are no boundaries of exactly where these hubs begin and end, even in hubs such as Metromall taxi rank, there's quite a bit of overflow on the streets around the structure itself. We've identified algorithms that support us to actually identify where those stations are, where those stops all are actually from the same departing station, that enables us to cluster all of those stops together. Why that's valuable is because when a commuter on the ground is searching to go from Metromall taxi rank, let's say, to their home, they don't view those stops actually outside of the official building as not part of the rank. And so we've collected over, I think it's probably over 1 million stops across the cities where we've worked, used underlying algorithms to understand how these different stations are structured through the stop naming, their geolocation, to now basically automatically identify those clusters of stops to name them as stations. The next thing that we've done is really worked hard on a snapping algorithm, which basically enables us to snap, which I'll explain in a minute, the tracks of data that we've been collecting to the road network. So if you imagine a data collector, in our case, to digitize a route, let's say from Metromall taxi rank to Key West taxi rank, they will actually ride that minibus from the start of that journey to the end. The phone is using the GPS to actually track the data collector's location. But as we all know, GPS is not always perfect. Sometimes that GPS can have what we call spikes, which you can see in this image, where it's not exactly aligned to the road. Sometimes that GPS is, again, not a perfect signal. And so what we've actually done is we've used algorithms in combination with the underlying road network data to be able to actually snap those GPS traces to the road in real time. What that means is that the data processing work that we're doing is now actually just validating the work of those algorithms instead of actually a data processor themselves aligning that GPS trace to the road. And then two other things that we've done is that we've started to map station and hubs. So in other words, if you're thinking about using the Gautrain, most importantly, this also happens for Metrorail, but there are very few entrances, but actually optimizing for journey planning characteristics, where commuters can start, where they should enter the station from and where they should exit from to optimize themselves on their journey. This is really valuable in a lot of cities, especially in cases such as Mexico City, where the subway network actually underground can be up to 1 kilometer long between different stations, entrances and exits. And then finally, we have some algorithms to identify distinct routes, because as you know, minibuses sometimes between different origins and destinations can actually have 2 different official paths going by 2 different, for example, neighborhoods or landmarks.
Thank you, Yanni. I'll just walk through one or two case studies if we have time. But essentially, as Yanni mentioned, we work with our partners who contract us for various reasons. This partner in particular worked with us to collect public transport data for the trolley bus system in Sarajevo, in Bosnia. The data was really essential for their project because they needed to create a due diligence report to support infrastructure investment with a central bank. And the data collection methods that we use compared to what they were used to were far superior because they used to collection methods that are highly manual and labor intensive. And as Yanni mentioned earlier, and as he was walking through our methodology, we use a combination of human and technology and computer smarts. And yeah, so we got them from where they had no visibility on this particular part of the network to where they had complete visibility and they could support their due diligence report for a very important investment in that city. And then we have some other use cases as well. We've worked with location-based services providers, and they essentially have to provide people with information on how to get from point A to point B. We support them with providing them with contextual information relevant to public transport. That's the stops, as Yanni mentioned. That's really important, where the terminus is, where the high traffic areas are. We've also worked with, mobility service organizations that want to integrate public transport information into their services, into their applications. Because this information, obviously, to have an end-to-end view of what the public transport network looks like, one has to incorporate not only your on-demand service, but also your non-on-demand services like your public transport offerings. And then, as the previous example showed, infrastructure providers and infrastructure investment can be informed by understanding what the granular level or what the public transport network actually looks like. And those are just some of the partners that we've worked with. And when we look at some of the more granular use cases, we can also see there's value in utilizing our data for understanding or decoding how commuters behave. If you look at the Douala project, which we conducted with the World Bank, they wanted to understand where it would be best to invest in public transport. So we supported them by looking at what waiting times are, because when we extract that information from our data, we can understand what waiting times are. We can understand what travel times people, how much time people spend on public transport and what their preference for walking versus using public transport is. And we were able to surface and provide the World Bank with an understanding of where the best place to be, where the best areas for investment, which not only improve travel times, but also improve commuter safety. And there's some other use cases as well. But I think we can just briefly go into the next slide, what our roadmap is, what our roadmap would be.
So as Sebastian was saying, we found a variety of use cases across different organizations, whether that's automotive companies looking to understand how they can move into the mobility space, mobility as a service companies looking for those integrated views of the entire public transportation network, or large development banks looking to understand feasibility of new transport systems in different majority world megacities. And again, when we talk about that human and machine combination, one of the things we've learned throughout this process is that that human needs to be regionalized, that human needs to be local to those markets. And so over the next 2 years, we've made a public commitment to mapping the 30 largest emerging market megacities, but also regionalizing that model. So the majority of our team does currently sit in South Africa. And so over the next couple of months, what we are going to be doing is actually regionalizing those teams to these different regions so that the people full-time managing these data sets and collecting these data in these markets are actually from those regions.
Awesome. And yeah, that's essentially us. We look forward to engaging on the panel discussion, and thank you everyone for your time. Thank you, Harry, for organizing, and yeah, we look forward to engaging with everyone.
Thank you, guys. Excellent presentation. So important to understand commuter behavior. Also reminds me of that Transport Development Index That's the crux of all of it, to understand what's happening. They're, in fact, the customer in our space in public transport. So important to understand the world. Thank you so much. I'm sure the guys will have questions for you in the panel discussion. Thank you, guys. All right, so I'm just getting things set up here quickly. All right, so we're going to have our last presentation for the session, and not the least, and that is Professor Rose Luke. She's also been with the Transport Forum for many years, and also I've learned so much from Prof. Luke, and also Dr. Josh Mageto from Department of Transport Supply Chain Management at UJ, and they're going to talk to us about transport for Johannesburg, formalizing the taxi industry through mobility as a service. Thank you so much. Well, it's just a presentation mode, then it should be fine.
Okay, is that okay, Harry?
Fine, you can proceed. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so thank you so much, Harry, for allowing us to speak here. And thanks again to the previous presenters, because it actually puts a lot of what we are thinking about into a kind of operational perspective. So that's very useful for us. We're looking today at mobility as a service, or MaaS as it's known, and it's really about integrating various forms of transport services into a single mobility service, which is then accessible on demand. So I think in Johannesburg and South Africa generally, we know that we have a very fragmented public transport service, and there's very little integration to it. So we're really looking at how we can take this concept of mobility as a service, how we can take it forward. It's still very early days for us in our forays into the subject, but I think in our early thinking about it, the immediate and most obvious barrier that we came up against was how to integrate a fragmented system, particularly where you have an informal paratransit system that provides a major part of the public transport system. So we started by considering the taxi industry, and it's very much a clear part of the potential solution, but it's also very clear that changes need to be made in order to bring it into the fold. So it is a very large and important service provider. I think one of the things that has really come out very clearly over the past year is that there's a number of aspects that we need to consider. The one is that the need for the industry is absolutely enormous, and the reliance on the industry is huge. It's also come out that the power of the industry and the political power is absolutely immense. There's also a great need for formalization, as really was evidenced by the request by the taxi industry for government assistance, which proved very difficult because the industry is so informal. So some of the things that we look at in formalizing the industry is firstly that we can really look at improving the service quality, so enabling control over vehicle quality, driving habits, those kind of aspects. It also, falling within the formal domain, makes it easier to regulate, particularly if we are going to be implementing systems like ARTO. Taxis currently serve relatively profitable routes, mainly. There are, of course, some non-profitable routes, but they tend to focus on profitable routes. So formal structures will allow for areas to be served equitably, and this also enables higher subsidization for thinner but essential routes. Another big benefit of formal structures is it allows for formal feedback, and this gives the commuters a voice and a place where they can lodge complaints, communicate with the taxi industry, etc. So I think also we can use this to promote security in the industry by removing spatial boundaries. We enable subsidization and appropriate levels of subsidization based on the areas which need it most. Then, of course, there's various benefits to employees of bringing them into the greater economic system, and similarly for government in bringing the taxi industry into the tax base. So, of course, there are opportunities for drivers to become business partners as well. Not just drivers, any of the employees of the industry. We could look at rank marshals, driver assistants, etc. So what we're really looking at is resolving some of the fragmentation which is inherent to taxi association structures, and providing one formal space where commuters and taxi industry can come together. Okay, so the case is definitely there for formalization of the industry, but what about public transport as a whole, and why does it need transformation? I think that there is a clear understanding that public transport currently does not offer good service levels in the country in terms of coverage, quality, safety, community or commuting times, reliability, etc. So commuters really need something which is more flexible, which is also why we see so many commuters using, for example, they would use public transport for daily commutes, but when there's extraordinary or less daily commutes, so visiting friends and relatives or any extraordinary trips, they tend to default towards more flexible services like Uber or Bolt, for example. So these provide the flexibility and coverage that the public transport system doesn't currently have. So because of this, the fragmentation of the system, there are plenty of mobility gaps in terms of hours of service, coverage, safety, etc., and having a say in the system. We also find that the financing of public transport is declining, and we need to think of ways to solve the mobility issues of citizens at an affordable cost. So we've mentioned the quality of service as an issue in public transport, and many commuters are very dissatisfied with this. In reality, commuters would very easily switch to a mode where service quality is higher. So mode loyalty is very low, and quality of service then becomes the key. So there are many ways of thinking about this, but one of the most disruptive technologies we have seen in transport in recent years is e-hailing apps such as Uber and Bolt. And building on this, we know that many people have handheld devices, and this then opens new possibilities. So technology-based solutions are preferred by young people. And given that the greater portion of the commuting population is very young and will be increasingly so, it seems obvious that public transport needs to adapt to the preferences of the majority of commuters. And on that note, I now hand over to my colleague, Dr. Makgetho, who can provide more information on how we see this working.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Ross, for that good introduction. Now, generally, when we talk about mobility as a service, we're talking about integrating all the various intermodal transport delivery service into one, so that the users of transport can be able to, access transport service from one point. So maybe I should remove the video because I don't know what happens. We put the UJ Fudge or
got lots of artistic appeal. So
all right. So we're putting forward a proposal that if we can be able to move the transport industry as quickly as other industries have moved. For example, if you talk about the telecoms industry, it becomes very easy to share the subsidies for the telecoms than for transport, because transport is such a fragmented system with so many operators, but then they do not have a uniform way of working. So we are proposing that if we adopt the mobility as a service philosophy, then it will be very easy for government to be able to manage this particular industry, and it will also be easy for the services to be geared towards serving the people and also creating equity, as we've been told before. But then, how is this possible? This is possible when we set the right strategic objectives, whereby we know very well that for MAS to operate, we need to know that MAS will provide a seamless operation. It's going to provide wider coverage across the country. It offers mobility options for marginalized groups. And this is a very important point because transport has been used as a way of creating social classes. And if you have transport being accessed from one platform, then the social classification of transport will disappear, whereby you get, maybe we know people are using taxis, they're poor, but maybe people from poor backgrounds, and we know if it's particular people using a particular mode, then they are tied to that particular mode, however bad the service being offered by that particular mode. And that is what we want to eliminate. We want to create options for everyone who is using transport service. We also talk about collaboration and also adaptive systems and processes. But above all, for this particular system to work, one thing is data. And we've heard from our previous presentations, the importance of the country moving forward and maybe adopting 5G and maybe 6G if it's around the corner coming. Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, now the big question that comes in is why MAS? Why mobility as a service? Now, one thing is that mobility as a service advocates for an integrated transport service. So whether you from the rural areas, whether you from the urban areas, whether you are from the marginalized groups, whether you are from the advantaged groups, all of you will be able to access the same service and also comparable or competitive quality service for all. Again, another thing is that MAS offers an opportunity to have a small number of app providers who own the network. And then these app providers or network owners will be able to serve all the operators. Now think about the telecoms, the way they are organized. Now we have very few maybe major telecom companies, but these major telecom companies are supporting so many other operators in that particular industry who are serving the final consumers. And this is the kind of thinking that we want to bring in so that we do not have a situation where it becomes very difficult to have a universal contract, becomes very difficult to operate in some areas because of spatial boundaries. And all this, if they are removed, then transport service will be very attractive to users, and especially those who do not like using public transport. Now, we also know that once all this happens, then new service options are likely to come up, whereby now we'll have the taxis being formalized. We'll also have the buses and the taxis integrating. And this wars that we see every day about maybe this is our boundary, we need to operate at this particular level, will disappear, and the wars that we will see will be wars which benefit the final user, and this will be wars related to increasing the service levels, the transport service levels that are offered. Now, again, what MaaS offers is that integration really does not end with only the large or mass transit movers, or rather the small ones, but it incorporates all of them, and each of the transport operators and service providers will be located in areas where they will be able to provide their capacity and utilize their capacity to maximum. So, for example, if you have 50 seats and that is your capacity, you'll be located in an area where you'll maximize the use of your capacity. And if you are a 14-seater, you'll also be located in an area where you'll be able to maximize your capacity. So again, MaaS helps, or rather will help to reduce the cost. Now, we know very well that maybe if we have operators moving during the off-peak hours, most of them are moving almost empty. But they move empty because they know very well maybe they are under government subsidy, and whether the bus is full or not, they are going to be compensated. Some who are not compensated, they will always cause delays so that until they get maybe a particular capacity that is able to fill the pay for the trip. And all those will be eliminated because now the demand itself is going to dictate the supply that will be at a particular location and at a particular time. Now, we also talk about equity in sharing of subsidies, whereby subsidies will be provided at the network level and then cascaded downwards until they get to the users. As the model is right now, we know very well that there are operators who don't get subsidies, and apart from that, there are users, transport users, who have never benefited from transport subsidies. And this can be eliminated very well if we have an integrated transport service. So we know very well that if the transport service is made quite attractive with very good service levels, whereby you can access it through your phone and you don't have maybe to be walking through dangerous paths to be able to get it, and it's readily available when you need it, then there will be demand for the public transport service. So then we ask the big question, what is required for mobility as a service to work? Now, one of the things that is required and is very important is that we must have flexible contracts, which include on-demand transport in the public transport sector. Now, we must have collaboration. For this thing to work, collaboration is key. Collaboration between government and operators and the network owners, and also even the users themselves. This is very critical, and it's almost everything for the mobility as a service to work. Now, apart from that, for every service, you see most of the technology-based services, as they have arrived in many cities, one thing that has been missing is the right policies and regulations that will support them. And this will be required for MaaS to be able to work. So we say that also for the mobility as a service to work, remember, people invest money, people buy their assets, they invest in infrastructural facilities, all so that they can be able to make money. So the right business models for the different regions will be required. And the business models will be different to meet the requirements of the users. For example, if you talk about maybe an area maybe around Johannesburg, the transport requirements might be quite different from an area maybe around Fourways, and it will be different maybe if you talk of an area around Polokwane or other regions. So we say business models should be there to meet the requirements of the people. And also our own thinking is that the issue of spatial boundaries should be scrapped, and people should be able to work on flexible and digital contracts. You should be able to work on flexible and digital contracts. Yeah, let's move to the next slide. Yeah, so what we are proposing, we are proposing a model based on we are proposing a model based on David Eschner's three bundles model. I call it the 3B model, whereby you have the bundles, you have the brokers, and you have the budgets. Now these three, then we propose them as per the table that we've provided, whereby we're going to have the bundles, which are the levels now, level 1, 2, and 3. Then we'll be having the roles of each of those levels, and also our take on that. Now, the level 1, we talk about the network and application providers. Now, this one should be maybe they will tender in their contract or their proposals, then government is going to provide them a license. It could be, some of the times, it could be the telecommunication companies, or maybe any other new entrants who will get into the market and offer their the network infrastructure that will be able to support mobility as a service. Then from there, we'll have the agents and the brokers. Now, the agents and the brokers will be what we call now the large public transport operators, like the large bus companies, who are going to come up with the right business models for each region. It will also be IT service providers who will be able to provide applications that can be integrated into the network and also support the operators. Now, the operators are the ones who are going to provide the retail service to the final consumers. Now, the operators will be the drivers. Now, with this particular model, the assumption is that the agents and the brokers, they don't need to own the buses that they are owning right now. But the buses can be provided maybe by the manufacturers to the drivers, or the SMEs who can now be able to provide the service by themselves. But the service quality and all those other issues will be managed by the agents or the brokers, who are also the ones who develop the business models for each of the region. So you can have within Johannesburg a number of brokers or agents who are working there, or business model developers. Then they will be able, below them, they recruit a number of operators with specific service levels that are set, moving all the way from the assets, that is the vehicles, the type of vehicles that they are going to have, the quality of the vehicle, and also the health in terms of the serviceability of the vehicle. Then they will now provide the services, and the users of that particular service will be able to provide real-time data depending on the service that they have received. Then if there is any problem, it can be corrected very quickly by the business model providers. Yeah, we can move on. Then now, this is how we're thinking it's going to be. So you have the network or application providers. Now this one should be the large companies. Then from there, we have the transport brokers, agents, and the big operating companies. So they will be communicating. There will be serious collaboration between them and the network owners. Then they will also be collaborating with the transport service providers, those who will be owning the trains, the buses, the taxis, the vans, and the cars. And also now those ones, they'll be providing the final public transport service to the users. But all these, all the three, that is the network owners, the transport brokers, and the transport operators, plus the commuters will be connected through and will be integrated through an app. So the apps will be, there will be quite a number, depending on the number of brokers and operating companies that will be having. But within a particular region, we are going to have particular operators being popular than others, depending on the service levels that they offer. Just the same way we see maybe Uber and Taxify all becoming popular in particular areas because of the service levels that they provide at those particular areas. Yeah, can we move on? So we propose that the way forward is a pilot program which will be done in the different customer segments to understand the likely variations in demand and service levels. Then, of course, the next thing is the Department of Transport to develop the required laws, the City of Johannesburg to develop the relevant policies and regulations. Once we get that the pilot is working well, then finally developing smart contracts with the network service providers, with the transport operating companies, and the transport service providers, which are the operators, to be able to roll out this particular service en masse once we get that it's working. Thank you. And finally, this is our these are our contacts. And thank you, Harry, for providing the platform for us to air our proposed model. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh, and it was an excellent presentation. So interesting to see the model you're proposing. And yes, policy is also very important. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I'm sure people would like to engage with you in a panel discussion. So if you guys can kindly keep your camera switched on. So can we have Greg Jones and Sebastian and Johnny and Rose and Josh? At least you guys switch your cameras on, please. And then let's see who from the morning session are still available to join in. Michael, Tommy, Udi, and Lizette perhaps. And I'll get the camera focuses sorted. So you guys can so long raise your hand in the participants box, and then we can, you know, recognize you to ask a question should you want to ask a question. Let's just see if I'm not missing somebody here. Sebastian, are you going to join in? Let's put you in.
Yes, I'm in.
There we go. Who am I missing out? Michael Hart, you're going to join in? You need to switch on your camera, please. Let me see, I've got everybody. Rose. Okay, Josh, we're still waiting for Josh. There he is. Josh, this time the camera is looking better.
I have changed now using my phone. My laptop camera is not. Yeah.
It seems those are the people that we have. Okay, so panel discussion. You're welcome to raise your hand in the chat in the participants box, and you can ask a question to the panel as a whole or for one panelist. Andrew, thank you. I see your hand is up, so you're welcome to unmute and ask a question.
Coming in. Thanks, Harry. And thanks again to all the presenters and the papers that have been presented today. You know, when we look at the transportation sector, the question of integrating transport has been on the agenda for at least 20 years. In fact, probably more, certainly since I've been involved in it. But yet it has not happened. We've got the technology. We've had some fantastic presentations on the technology and the opportunities and the benefits and everything that's there, but we still haven't made it happen. And to me, the one thing we don't understand properly is the politics and human dynamics and some of the realities of the industry behind it. From the owner's point of view, from the driver's point of view. I've mentioned this before. We all know that the owners are spread throughout the government sector. And to me, one of the biggest resistance is the fact they don't want to formalize it, because then they can't run their businesses. And I think it's these realities that we've got to get a grip on. We've got to understand what are the real dynamics within the industry, what's driving the industry. And I think that the technology and the mass and everything else that's being presented it's a no-brainer. But yet we're still not getting into why this is not accepted. And I'd like to hear from, so that's my view on the issues. But I'd like to hear what the others who are researching and getting involved in this, a lot more than I am at the moment, what their views are on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for that one. Let's give Mike van Tonder opportunity to ask question as well.
Thanks, Harry. Mine is not really a question. We've been doing some work with the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport over the last couple of years, and we did an assessment of the economic feasibility of all bus and minibus taxi routes in the province, excluding the 2 metros. And we developed a model whereby we input the cost of providing the service, and it's not only just the cost of running the vehicle. There's association fees that need to be paid. The contracting model between the owner and the driver is quite important. In the urban areas, the driver also has a conductor. In the more rural areas, not so much so. But I think one of the things that came out of our model, and it's quite clear that the minibus taxi industry is actually subsidized. It's subsidized by the value of the tax that they are not paying. If they were formalized into the industry and brought into the tax net, then they would be paying a certain amount of tax. But they're not paying tax, which means, because it's a very much cash-based industry, which means that their subsidy is the value of the tax that they're not paying. And the other issue I would like to just bring up is we did have a look at ways and means of trying to improve the manner of issuing operating licenses and improve the cooperation of the industry and improve the enforcement of those licenses. Because currently, as it stands, the PRE issues a license and it's spelt out almost to the meter where that taxi must travel, and they're only allowed to travel on that route in that direction or the reverse direction. In reality, that doesn't happen like that. And the taxis rove around in the morning, picking up passengers through the residential areas. That's not part of the route. And I fully agree with the previous speakers that licenses should be area-based, where a vehicle is entitled or allowed to operate within an area and not on a specific route. So yeah, the other thing I would just like also to touch on is that there has been success stories where the minibus taxi industry has been formalized, and I was involved in the formalization of the People Mover system in Durban, where the North and South Beach taxi associations basically are now running the People Mover system that operates along the beachfront and into the CBD to Warwick Junction, where the major taxi and bus interchange station is. And in order to do that, we ended up literally line by line proving to the two taxi associations that yes, they will be paying taxes, but they will be much better off financially with money in pocket than they were before. And plus, we showed them that there would be certainty of income because the system is subsidized. And eventually they agreed. They've set up a vehicle operating company called Copper Sunset Trading. And I think now for about 8 or 9 or 10 years, they've been operating the People Mover system in the city of Durban. So it has been done, and it has been proven that it can work, and that the industry can be brought into the formal sector, and they can still be better off financially. Thanks, Harry.
Mike, that's excellent news. Obviously, I'm going to bug you afterwards, for when you're going to do that presentation to us at this platform. So it's very much a model for self-regulation there in Durban that's also, upping the revenue and so on, and formalizing the taxi industry. That's excellent news, and the fact that it's working for them and as well. Great. So let's give the panel opportunity to respond. So we had the first one by Andrew saying that, it's a no-brainer. Why are we not getting this done properly? And, is it politics, the human diagnostics? What's happening? Why can't we implement this? Maybe some panelists want to respond on that.
Harry, if I may.
Thank you, Rose.
I think one of the things that we should also mention about minibuses, I'll take it to the second comments about subsidization. It's one must realize that the minibus industry is not just subsidized in terms of the tax that they're not paying, but one should not underestimate the subsidization that came through the taxi recap program, for example, exemption from e-tolls, payments during the pandemic. So there's a lot of subsidies that do happen. But I think Andrew is correct in saying that integration has been on the table for a very long time, and there's obviously been resistance to it, primarily because you would have to pay taxes. But as the second commenter realized or made the statement, is that there are actually benefits to get from that. And I think this is where it's important. I think in the comments, somebody also said, will we get buy-in from the taxi industry? And I think the issue is really about selling the benefits. And if we look at much better utilization of the equipment and better access to subsidies, I think that these kind of technologies allow for this, which didn't allow for it before. And if we look at the mobility as a service and the Uber type models, this is really allowing for formalization, not as envisaged before, but formalization without the loss of control and ownership. So I think this is where these new technologies can really make a difference in terms of how the taxi industry feels about formalization. So it's a new model, or a new way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Appreciate that.
Yes, Harry, if I can also come in.
Thank you, Josh.
Is one of the things that is really creating a problem, you realize, is political will, as Andrew said. Now, political will is very important, But then sometimes we may not wait for the politicians to come and tell us that this technology will work, so let's support it. Now see how Uber and Taxify entered the various industries across the world. It was all about meeting the needs of the users. So if we have brave operating companies, which will start the integration, and then the users will be able to see the benefits, the users will switch. Then most of the taxi operators will realize that they will not be making money other than they join the network. And that is how I believe the transformation will come in, because there is no day politicians will provide laws 100%, and there is no language we may speak or anybody can speak to convince the taxi owners and operators at the moment to switch. So what will be required is brave business operators to come up and start piloting the service in specific areas. Then once they are able to convince the users that this is a good service, the others will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for that one. Appreciate that. You know what, from my 20 cents as well is, you know, the taxi industry, I think one should understand the industry properly in terms of the different role players. And all of them obviously, you know, are playing an important role. So many people would approach the taxi industry with solutions and they'll go to the top structures like Santaco or National Taxi Alliance and so on. And they should actually, she should have been speaking to the taxi associations, the smaller associations, the regional and so on, you know, the operators themselves, because they have got their own decision-making processes and implementation from their perspective. So, you know, should you talk at the top structures, you know, you should understand the role they are playing, and you should understand the role that the taxi operators themselves, the smaller associations, what the role that they are playing. So it's also for courses, you know, that we should talk to the right people. I'm not saying any one of them is not important. It's just that you need to understand the roles different levels industry are playing. Okay, so let's take it in further. Mike talking about self-regulation, and then the taxi industry should be formalized. That's a big challenge, obviously, formalizing the industry. And I know Bunya Capital, they're also spending a lot of effort in terms of, you know, formalizing the industry and getting the taxi industry recognized as a formal or a full mode of transport in our industry. And not even talking about intermodal solutions, you know, if you start talking about rail and so on, and the state our rail is in, that's quite a problem. So maybe you guys want to comment about that. I'm not seeing any hands now, so I think what we can do, you guys can have a look at okay, yes, Justin Jones from the chat room. He's saying, theory is that for effective public transport systems is that the small people movers taxi should only be found on the periphery of cities, and the first 3 inner rings of cities should be reserved for integrated big people movers. Let me just get the yeah, for the big people movers, you know, like buses, trains, metros, and trolley buses. Is this possible in African cities? Yeah, so this effective transport system that of small people movers taxi should only be found on the periphery of cities, and the first 3 inner rings of cities should be reserved for integrated big people movers, buses, trains, metros, and trolley buses. Is this possible for African cities? So maybe you guys can comment on that. Anyone wants to comment on that and the formalization of the industry? Everybody quiet. So we all in agreement it's a challenge.
Yeah, and maybe if I can just draw attention to what we've just proposed, is that the operators, that is the owners of the taxis and the owners of the buses, the most important thing is, as they have said, is to be located where they will utilize their capacity to maximum. So you'll get that the forces of demand and the supply will place each of the operators, depending on their capacities, where they will be and where they can be able to make money. So, for example, the buses will always be located where they will get feeding from maybe the taxis, and the taxis will be located in points where they will be able to fill up, and then they connect to the large or mass transit systems.
Thank you. Yes, important. Talking about enforcing, operator licenses. Yeah, as Josh has said, where they're making money. These guys are innovative. They know where to get the commuters and where to go and, to search for them and so on. So they know their routes, and the more innovative you are, the more obviously business you will have. And that's why it's difficult to keep them to a certain route, I suppose. So it's innovation versus formalization. So I think whatever we do should allow for innovation as well, but still to be regulated properly and to be integrated. Guys, so what we can do now is I'm going to ask closing remarks so that we can properly end this session. So I'm going to start with Yanni, and then Prof. Rose, and then Greg Jones, and so I'll recognize you, then Lizette, and then Udi, and then Sebastian, and then Josh. So I'm going to ask you for closing remarks, and then think of the future of Fourth Industrial Revolution and Fifth Industrial Revolution, where we are going, challenges you see, maybe. Okay, let me leave it over to you. So if we can start with Yanni. Thank you, Yanni.
Yes, so first, Harry, thank you very much for having us speak today. And I think, just around closing remarks, what we've seen, we've also been working a lot on researching and understanding and speaking with commuters and drivers, especially as this technological transition moves forward. And one of the things that we've seen, especially across quite a bit of research we've done in Latin America, is that this associations, they know that technology is coming, they know that that is potentially a disruptor to their industry, and they want to be part of that conversation in a way that works for them. And at Where's My Transport, we've decided that the way that we contribute to that mission is through understanding those networks and illuminating those networks so they're part of the conversation. But it's going to be, I think, a long time, multifaceted. And I think until ensuring that we take a user-first approach, but that also works for all parties, is going to be critical towards moving towards a more sustainable and equitable transport system.
Thank you, Yanni. Thank you very much for your time. Knowledge sharing. Thank you. Prof. Rose.
Yes, thank you very much for the forum, Harry. It's really been an enlightening day. I think that whether we will ever be able to formalize the taxi industry remains to be seen. But I think that as the metered taxis have gradually come to realize that you can't stop technology, and disruptive models like Uber are generally overtaking the business, I think so too the taxi industry, minibus taxi industry, will also realize that the commuters are young, the commuters work with data and with handheld devices, seeking the best opportunities. And I think, as Yanni mentioned, it's kind of inevitable that the technology will be here. So I think that we will see minibus taxi industry taking opportunities within the tech sphere to take mobility as a service forward.
Thank you, Prof. Rose. Appreciate knowledge sharing. Greg. Just unmute.
Thanks, Harry. What we started, as I say, the Transport Forum. This forum is actually great because it does bring that think tank, the Lekgotla. What we just do from a solutioning perspective is create the maybe a slightly more persistent way to be able to tackle these challenges because technology is enabling it. It's giving us new insights. We go back to the I did touch on things like the managed service approach, but also the solutioning approach is important because we get to deal with defining the strategies and putting we previously referred to enterprise architectures, which is now kind of morphing into a much more refined strategy development, where we can actually put the very diverse stakeholders around the same table and get alignment as to what the challenges are and how we're going to address them. And we're finding that that is, by doing that, we can actually able to start to address some of the kind of these specific challenges where we're really able to bring this innovation to the table. And it's not just in the technology, it's in the thinking laterally about the practices, applying governances differently, working with, governance is not just being a government problem, but a holistic problem, a holistic challenge, I should say. So yeah, and I think, and then being able to take and integrate the different components into one outcomes-based solution, I think those are things we found. That's what I was trying to present in the agricultural use cases that we've seen.
Thank you, Greg. Much appreciated. Lizette.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you, colleagues, for the forum. It was really nice hearing about all the challenges in our industry. From a programs perspective, we strive to deliver what is needed, and it seems that we're one step behind regarding the technological developments in the industry. But it seems that there are other areas with even greater difficulty. All of this shouldn't discourage us to do what we know we have to do to move forward. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Lizette. Really appreciate that. Udi from Israel.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Very, very interesting presentations. Actually, I have already gained some knowledge about what's going on in South Africa and the taxi industry, and I can share some of the experiences we see worldwide. So you might think South Africa is very special, but there are similar situations in other countries that maybe solve or partially solved, some of these problems. For example, in Latin America, I can see that there's BRT that are coming up and set up in South Africa. And I think it's going in the right direction. It's similar things started happening already 20 years ago in Brazil. In other countries, you can see that also in Lagos in Africa. And when it will meet the demand, I think things will balance. There's also a key component to making this happen, I think, is the regulator. And the regulator needs to sort of put their money where their mouth is, let's say, sometimes, and also offer subsidies for moving technology into the operation. I can share that during this COVID year, for example, in the US, every transportation agency got a grant of $100,000 to invest in technology to come out and recover better from this crisis. And it was a global crisis. And I think, once you'll have more transportation agencies, like they're set up right now in Gauteng and in Cape Town, you'll have that regulator that has a high level point of view to say, okay, maybe I'll take the technology budget on my hand and offer them how to run the operation. I think specifically from Optibus point of view, this is where we want to come into the market and help to support these moves, these big moves. I think will make a big impact in accurately using AI and technology and all the big words, accurately define how the business model would work, how the operation will work, how, basically you need to understand you're running a profitable business as a taxi company or a private operator and so on. And this is where we come in to sort of bridge the gap between, how to make this theory reality. And it was a real pleasure talking here.
Indeed, Udi, thank you so much. And definitely people should talk to you to gain more of that information and research you guys have done. So yeah, you've shared your contact details in the chat room.
Definitely. So feel free to reach out, of course.
Yes, so talk to Optibus, lots of information there. Thank you. Bastian.
Hi, thanks guys. Really great presentations. It was lovely joining you guys today and learning a bit more about the context on the ground in Johannesburg in South Africa. For me, the biggest takeaway is that we're focusing on, we're looking at formalizing the minibus taxi industry. We're looking at extracting additional value and integrating the minibus taxi industry into the formal public transport system. Yet we're not thinking about whether the formal transport system is actually meeting the needs of the commuter. And the commuter is at the center of the work that we do. The commuter is at the center of the data that Where's My Transport collects. And because it obviously public transport is an important service that allows people to gain access to services. So I think when we're thinking about solutions, when we're thinking about the options that we have available to us, we also have to consider the most important stakeholders, which are the users. And then, of course, the other stakeholders also have to come to the table. And that takes time. We've seen models of this. We've seen attempts at this, not only in South Africa, we've seen it globally. But what's encouraging is that the services that we have and the operations that we have on the ground in the emerging world, I mean, we're seeing these efficiencies and we're seeing how beneficial it is to our community. We're seeing it replicated in other parts of the world. So our informal systems are actually being replicated, being used, or being tested in other parts of the world. So that's encouraging. We just need to figure out what the best components of and what the best ingredients or what the best parts of the systems are. So yeah, those are my final remarks, and thanks for everyone for your time.
Thank you, Sebastian. Where is my transport? Thank you. I'm quite sure people want to talk to you as well. Dr. Josh Magetu.
Yeah, thank you, Harry, for organizing this event. And also thank you for all the presenters for the wonderful presentations. Now my take is that the fourth industrial revolution really offers technologies that can help Africa and other emerging countries to be able to leap forward, especially by leveraging on these particular technologies, to be able to offer the services that our people have really yearned for many, many years. And one thing I know very well is that governments will never start thinking on coming up with the laws of what they have not seen. The governments will always, their laws, their policies will always follow particular services. You can see the issues of like technologies like Bitcoin and the blockchain. The people are already operating these technologies, but it's now governments are thinking about how to regulate them. Uber and the Taxify, they were already in the market. Then many of the cities started thinking how they can regulate Uber and the others. So my encouragement is to transport operating companies to dare dream and come up with an integrated transport service that offers the quality of service that our people need. And once they do that and the people appreciate the system, there'll be no any other option other than to follow that particular model. So I encourage transport operating companies to dream and make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Lots of wisdom there. Thank you for sharing. Indeed, a paradigm shift needed to get this thing working. Guys, now thank you very much. Ladies and gents, let's give a hand to our panelists. They were excellent. Really appreciate their time sharing knowledge with us and their support. We're looking forward to seeing you guys in future with the Transport Forum again. From the Transport Forum side, our next event, well, we've got many events, but our next official event will be the 31st of March, hosted by African Rail Industry Association. We're going to talk about the future of rail. We're going to have Minister Pravin Gordhan and the Transport Minister going to present that day. The 1st of April, the next day, we're going to talk about express logistics, and we will be hosted by South African Express Parcel Association. Then just a week later, the 8th of April, we're going to talk about alternative electric vehicles, hosted by SABOA, South African Bus Operators Association, and so we go on. So many events, lots of knowledge sharing, lots of content at your disposal. Complimentary. So guys, take care. Thank you for your support, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Bye, Harry.